Replacement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21. Quarantine 0. Move 24 files to processing zone. Renaming complete. 27 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Six 33, 43. 645, 1042.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Also have major gaps. Even in places where the home prices aren't sky high, Phoenix, for instance, well, the homeowners still pay about $150 more than a renter does. Experts say several factors drive this trend. Home prices remain elevated compared with pre-pandemic levels. Mortgage rates are relatively high, and owning a home brings additional costs, taxes, insurance, and maintenance, all of which can stretch a buyer's budget. I happened to run into a loan officer who was surfing, got out of the ocean, and says he agrees with the study.
Just for, your standard $1 million home, your payment's going to be about $8,000, depending on, taxes, insurance, HOA. But that same house you could rent for about $5,000 a month. So some people are saying, hey, I'm just going to rent, put that extra $4,000 in the market and let that grow instead. So it's pretty crazy.
Now, experts who were quoted in the study say that there is one glaring difference, and that is for homeowners who are making that monthly mortgage payment. They are gaining equity in their home and then building generational wealth. For renters, with every rent payment that they're making, they are allowing somebody else to build that wealth. Reporting live in San Diego, I'm Heather Myers. Ed, I'll send it back to you.
Heather, what's more San Diego than that? Finding a loan officer for your story on a surfboard.
Decision
Right? Yes, he
pay
just happened
attention
to
to
come
growth?
right out of the ocean. And
What are we
I wanted
growing
to ask him
together
about the
today?
story. He was a mortgage officer, and I said, not a bad life you have.
Yeah, you guys got a good life out there. Heather Myers, we appreciate your reporting. Joining me now live for a little analysis on all this, President of the Lonsky Group, John Lonsky. John, good to see you. Welcome to Newsmax.
Same here, thank you.
Let's, before we get to Kevin Warsh and the Fed and about interest rates and whatnot, housing, as Heather points out, we've known it before this study. The president says we need to create more housing units, we need more supply, and young people are struggling to buy their first home. What do you make of housing, first of all, and how big of a part of the affordability issue that is in America?
Well, that was a great segment you just had, where it was shown that it's cheaper in many cities right now to rent as opposed to own a home. And this would tell me that if it's cheaper to rent, this should put downward pressure on home prices, and that would improve affordability for those first-time home buyers, maybe not right away, but eventually.
Absolutely.
Housing cost, housing rent and whatnot, that comprises about 35% of the CPI.
Lennox
So what
Boys Control
happens to the cost of housing, what happens to rents, is very important as far as CPI inflation is concerned. And this, again, is a favorable portent for possibility of lower inflation later in 2026.
In fact, here's the Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Scott Turner, telling my colleague Greta Van Susteren about the market right now. I'll get you to react.
We need about 7 million units of housing in our country, single family, multifamily, manufactured housing, duplex. And so we've been working very hard under President Trump's leadership to tear down burden regulations, to get the interest rates down, to bring mortgage rates down, which are at a multi-year all-time low right now, helping more people afford homes.
Placement scan
mortgage
complete.
rates are down about 3-year low. They got really high with all that inflation under Joe Biden. Rates starting to come down. Now the president picks Kevin Warsh. The markets were kind of mixed about all that today. What do you think? What matters to our viewers out there? Why should they care about Kevin Warsh? And do you think it's a good pick in terms of trying to make things more
Process
affordable?
24. Quarantine 0.
I think Kevin Warsh was an excellent pick. He has a lot of understanding as to how financial markets operate.
Move 24.
He
Files
did a
to
very
processing
good job
zone.
during the financial crisis when he was sitting on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. So he has previous experience with the Fed that ought to prove to be quite valuable. He's
Renaming
well respected by the markets.
27
and this
files
implies that if markets believe that Warsh will not allow inflation to get out of hand, then your Treasury bond yields will be
Album
lower
art
than
complete.
otherwise. And
Down
if
zero
Treasury
local
bond
artwork.
yields are lower than otherwise, so will mortgage yields be lower than otherwise. So I think this is a great pick. And if we can bring down inflation expectations, that would have the effect of eventually lowering mortgage yields to the advantage of potential home buyers.
Yeah, and we're expecting those car loans to come down and other things as well. Quick other note, hasn't gotten a lot of attention, but the president is now suing the IRS and the Treasury Department for $10 billion, $10 billion, saying the agency at the IRS there failed to take mandatory precautions to prevent the leaking of his tax returns during his first term in office. We know there's some personal pique here, but shouldn't Americans expect that their federal government is going to protect their privacy? Aren't we normally supposed to have that, sir?
No, privacy here is sacrosanct, and they went ahead and violated the privacy of President Trump, and I think they've done so for other individuals on political grounds. I know that they may relay some information to somebody about somebody's tax return, or they may actually see to it they conduct an audit of an individual or a group with whom the current administration, whatever that might be, disagrees with politically. So
Absolutely.
This is wrong. IRS data must stay with the Internal Revenue Service, period.
Absolutely. Very well said. We appreciate your analysis, too, of the economy and what it means for our viewers. John Lonsky, we'll have you back soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You too. Breaking this hour. In New York, meantime, the New York Post is reporting that guy, Mayor Zoran Mamdani, may be coming after us. Newsmax. The Manhattan Borough President has written a letter urging the mayor to yank our news reports from New York City taxis. When you get in a cab in New York, we're one of the news outlets. The bosses have asked me to tape some of those, so friends have seen it. It's like an innocuous little thing. We'll give you the news. And Democrats lecture us about the First Amendment, but now they want to shut us down. The borough chief, Brad Holman Siegel, wrote the mayor that Newsmax is, quote, not a credible news source for New Yorkers. Well, I'm not sure the socialist is a credible mayor. How about that? We will continue to stay on top of this and make sure our First Amendment rights are protected because we had a deal to get those news reports to you. And we appreciate you being here every night for the briefing. Still ahead this hour. Your briefing on Don Lemon getting squeezed as the former CNN host has been arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles, charged with federal civil rights crimes in connection with that anti-ICE protest that disrupted a Christian church service in Minnesota. You know, when we come back, you're either going to get my monologue on that, or you're going to get Don Lemon live walking out of the courthouse. I don't know which one you prefer. I don't know which one's going to happen, but you got to come back to the briefing to find out.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention! If you or a loved one were implanted with a barred power port device and later experienced serious complications, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The barred power port is a medical device implanted under the skin to deliver medication and other fluids intravenously. Lawsuits have been filed which allege these devices have inherent design and manufacturing flaws, making them prone to migration and breakage. Injuries associated with barred power port devices include infection, bleeding, organ perforation, blood clots, and even death. If you or a loved one were implanted with a barred power port and later experienced serious complications, you may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 800-817-2059.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the briefing. We may go live to Los Angeles in a moment. We see the cameras are getting ready. Maybe Don Lemon will get out. Lemon got squeezed, as you know, not a moment too soon. I always got along with Don Lemon when we worked together
another
years
mind
ago.
is
And
the
I always
opposite
thought
of
as I
master.
watched him from afar, come down with that terrible mind virus, you know, Trump derangement syndrome. Overnight, he was arrested and charged with federal civil rights charges. And there's the live look right now. Busted on those civil rights charges that popped in Los Angeles as he was getting ready to cover the Grammy Awards. We've already seen the mayor, Karen Bass, come out to support him. TMZ is reporting he's now been released without bail. So maybe he'll come to the camera. He can't miss a camera. But this is connected to that church protest, anti-ICE protest in Minnesota earlier this month, where deranged Democrats were allegedly blocking kids from leaving Sunday school downstairs as the parents were upstairs. The kids were crying as they tried to get reunited with their moms and dads. And the agitators, Lemon included, had the temerity to tell the kids, I'm not saying he said this, but he was there, part of the operation. Some of the agitators said, your parents are Nazis. They're going to burn in hell. That according to court filings. And Lemon put himself on videotape in the moments leading up to this mess, basically suggesting that maybe he was in on the plan.
When we first pulled up, we were like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we were like, oh, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, you can't tell you where they're going.
Did you catch that he said, after we do this operation, not after we do this news, after we do this operation? Was that an admission? Lemon now insists he's innocent. He was just guilty of journalism. Something he's not been guilty of for years. Though his old employer, CNN, is crying this is a terrible affront to the First Amendment. I have to admit, I take at least a little bit of pride from the fact that during our first week at Newsmax Cable, Don and his team were apparently watching the new show, The Big Take, yesterday. Look at this. Because just hours before his arrest, his show team posted this clip of me and Senator Tommy Tuberville. Tuberville told me he's skipping the Super Bowl, calling it the Woke Bowl because of the halftime show from, in the words of the senator, Bad Bunny or Bad Rabbit or whatever his name is, LOL. But there's something even funnier put out by the White House today. When life gives you lemons, there he is. And guess what? The left is rallying behind him. Let's be fair. Former Vice President Kamala Harris entered the chat, posting on X a short time ago. Donald Trump continues to consolidate power and show a flagrant disregard for the rule of law. This is another affront to our rights and freedoms and should alarm and enrage us.
Lennox voice
Ilhan
control
Omar
stop.
weighing in. The arrests of Don Lemon, Georgia Fort, and Jamel Lundy are unacceptable. A clear violation, she says, of the Constitution. A dangerous abuse of power that threatens the rights of every single American. They must be released immediately, you see. You know what? This is the week that the left lost control of the message, maybe for good. They keep doubling down on dumb, keep doubling down on their anti-ICE, anti-law enforcement rhetoric. Not surprising, since they were previously all in on defunding the police in places like Minneapolis. That's basically where the movement started some years ago. And that's where outgoing Governor Tim Walz is again basically calling for civil war in America, saying it's like upon us. While the president, he just keeps soaring above all the sickness, overseeing a dramatic economic recovery we briefed you on a moment ago, sealing the southern border, ending complete. 8 or 9 wars, and strutting down the red carpet, or the black carpet as they called it, in honor of First Lady Melania Trump and the black writing on that new film. They had a big premiere last night at the Trump Kennedy Center.
This is like the good old days when the Academy Award used to get ratings. They don't get ratings anymore.
Yeah, they don't get ratings at the Academy Awards. They won't woke long ago. But I have to say, a lot of leftists deserve an Oscar. Like Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar, announcing her campaign this week to replace Walz as governor by dramatically declaring the most cherished photo she has of her own daughter
processing zone.
is of the daughter surrounded by a large group of Somalis. Really? Not like with an ice cream cone or a soccer field? I guess she's just sucking up to the Somali vote. All the illegals who perhaps have provided votes to Democrats like her and Walz. While those Democrats look the other way, yes, on billions in daycare fraud. And that helped knock Walz out of his re-election bid, that scandal, and ended his career.
Renaming
so
complete.
Now, he's basically
27
fantasizing
files
to the
renamed.
Atlantic magazine about civil war, as I said. He fears a Fort Sumter moment in Minneapolis, warning of a national unraveling, saying the federal
Album art
government
complete.
has launched a, quote,
Found
physical
0 local
assault.
artworks.
It's an armed force that's, quote, killing my constituents. Now, he's getting roasted for that comparison. But leftists like him don't care about how offensive their analogies are. Democrats, as I say, keep doubling down on dumb, like the Philadelphia DA, who declared he's going to hunt down, his word, hunt down ICE agents like they're Nazis.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities, we will find you, we will achieve justice, and we will do so under the Constitution and the laws of the United States.
Crazy. Liberals keep going lower and lower, and the media largely lets this go unchallenged.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built as a concentration camp, and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. Not saying they're Dachau, I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are concentration camps.
Okay.
I don't need to argue with you about
Yeah, that's fine.
CNN kind of waves it off, but says that's fine, that like Donald Trump's putting people in ovens. Then there's Hollywood's aging anarchists, like Hanoi Jane Fonda, who entered the chat even though nobody really asked her to.
I'm Jane Fonda.
And I'm Jane Fonda's internal lesbian anger.
Dana, I'm not a lesbian.
There's still time, Jane, there's still time.
I've been fighting injustices like these for a very long time.
She's been fighting like this for like 100 years, everybody.
Oh, let's not go that far.
70? 70?
That's better.
She's been fighting like this for like 70 years, everybody.
So I'm here to remind you to exercise your First Amendment rights.
Fight for the Constitution,
Freedom of speech.
Speak the up.
Freedom of assembly.
Get your asses out on the street.
It's time to be brave and stand up. Enough is enough.
Jane, that was really good. What she said.
You know, Jane Fonda this afternoon literally showed up in LA outside the courthouse and started telling the press, Donald Trump's the devil and all this. She's like in the Anarchist Hall of Fame. But even your everyday anarchists on the left is losing it. They were all over social media today promoting a national ice out where liberals walked out of schools, workplaces, basically hurting their local economies. So much for Democrats caring about affordability.
24 placed in worded folders.
What is wrong? This is America! America! Are we great yet?
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Oh dear. I'm going to pause right there because Don Lemon has hit the mics. Here he is live in LA.
Truly means the world to me. I had no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night
complete with multi-word
for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
No, Don Lemon doesn't take questions. Kind of interesting, right? That he wants to stand on the First Amendment, but doesn't face any questions from any of the reporters there about what he was really up to in Minnesota. I understand there's legal issues, as the lawyers probably say, don't say too much, but he gives you that canned statement about how he's standing up for the First Amendment. So we'll continue to follow that, see if his lawyers or anyone else shows up. But in the meantime, we've got something special for you coming up. It's time for your Making America Healthy Again briefing, but we're not going to get it from Bobby Kennedy or someone you expect. That guy on the left there, Gronk. I sat down with a 4-time Super Bowl champ, Rob Gronkowski, talking about the importance of health and wellness off the field, and also a little bit about Bill Belichick.
Not just short term, to stay healthy in the long term as well. And that's what I'm all about. Love taking care of my body, and I want to share it with other people that are out there as well.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety, so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Covenant House is helping young people with nowhere else to turn, but the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month. We'll help provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. Homeless young people are afraid and alone. Your monthly donation right now will show them they are loved and safe.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life.
Call or go online now and give just $19 a month. We'll send you this comforting blanket as a reminder of the difference you're making in a young person's life. Call or go online now to safeplacetosleep.org.
I came to the opioid conference, and the president did not know I was coming because I was invited by the First Lady. And he leaned over, saw me in the aisle, and he looked at me and he said, "Steve," and then he realized why I was there, because I had lost my son Andrew. And the president was an incredible friend when I lost him. I lived in his building at 502 Park Avenue. And I remember when him and the First Lady came, and I talked about this all the time. And so he took my hand, and he said to me, "Come on up to the stage and tell the world about your boy Andrew." And of course, that was, something that was really meaningful to me. But and I got through it. And I talk about it all the time. I talked about it on the campaign trail and so forth. He is a very special man.
Well, that was, of course, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff got very emotional. What a moment yesterday in the Oval Office while relaying how President Trump helped him and his family after the tragic death of one of his sons from a drug overdose. Now, the president signed an executive order to create and coordinate a national response to the disease of addiction. This follows his closing of the southern border, leading to a dramatic cut in the number of fentanyl deaths in America. And the president noted he believes this whole effort really falls under the umbrella of making America healthy again, which, of course, is being led by the Health Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., with a sharp focus on healthy habits, clean living, and cracking down on food dyes and other potential toxins. So we thought it would be a good time to bring in a pretty tough dude who knows a thing or two about staying healthy, the former tight end for the New England Patriots, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the four-time Super Bowl champ, five-time Pro Bowler. I could go on. He's an all-around legend, Rob Gronkowski. Gronk, it's an honor to welcome you in. Thanks for coming.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thank you for having me on here today. It's, it's an honor.
Well, it's great to see your Instagram bio boasts that you, and I'm quoting now, have a bigger, firmer tight end since retiring. I'm not sure what that means, but in all seriousness, what are your tips for staying fit and healthy? Because I think outside of politics, a lot of people are trying to make sure they're healthy again.
Yes, I mean, my Instagram bio, I was just being silly there. Now that I'm retired, it just says I got a bigger, firmer tight end. That's because I'm doing my squats all the time. But I love to stay in the health game, man. I took a big beating playing the game of football, all the hits, all the surgeries that I had, man. And let me tell you, it added up. And having those down days just weren't the best days ever. So it got me into the health and wellness space. And I work with my friend who's based out of Nashville, Arete Wellness. And I do hyperbaric chambers there. He gives me NAD, vitamin bags, all types of other great things as well. Ozone therapy, red light therapy, sauna use. Wow. And now we have teamed up with Agentis as well, which is a bigger platform that can go national and give more access to people out there to these tools to stay healthy, and not just short term, to stay healthy in the long term as well. And that's what I'm all about. Love taking care of my body, and I want to share it with other people that are out there as well.
Well, that's very special. You're encouraging others to stay on top of their health in a lot of different ways. Take a look at this video. All right, having a little fun with your former coach there at Tampa. But there's a serious point I think you're making, which is us guys don't always listen to women who say, get to the doctor and stay on top of this.
Yes, prostate cancer. Well, first off, that's going to be my Super Bowl commercial this year, teaming up with Novartis. And we're raising awareness that prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers amongst men in the United States of America. And everyone's scared. It's a typical fear out there that, you got to get the finger test and that you're going to be, uncomfortable, while you're getting the test to check for prostate cancer. But we're raising awareness. When the virus it's as easy as a blood test now. That's the first step. Just go out and get a blood test. It's as simple as that to get screened for prostate cancer now.
I agree. I had the PSA test, I think, last April, and it's very simple. You're right. The numbers were low, thank God, but I had a friend who had major surgery last July, and he's doing great now.
24 placed in
so your
folders.
point is very important, and we look forward to that ad. I want to move on to Bill Belichick.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Jack, because you played for that legend, a legend like you, and for days now, there's been all this backlash about the Hall of Fame snubbing him the first time he was eligible. Obviously, a lot of us believe he's a first ballot Hall of Famer despite that outcome.
LBC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Some people say he wasn't too friendly to the reporters, and they get to vote. Now they're going after him. Others say there were controversies like Spygate, where he was accused of peeking in on other teams' practices. What's your take?
Take all that away. It doesn't matter if he wasn't nice to a reporter, Spygate, all that other stuff that's going on. That's just excuses. You got to look at the resume. And this guy has 8 Super Bowl championships, 2 as the defensive coordinator with the New York Giants back in the day, and then 6 with New England. 3 in the first decade of the dynasty, and then another 3 Super Bowl wins in the second era of the dynasty. I mean, this guy has the resume. Second most wins of all time in the regular season. First most wins.
Coming over here from HR. 4 HR from them.
While writing fake dispatch radio tube calls.
So here, let's install Git. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's run this.
That's roughly.
Of all time in the playoffs, and on top of that isn't in his resume, how many lives he has touched, with former players and coaches as well, and how many opportunities that he has given, and how much great information that he has shared about the game of football, not just the game of football, about life as well. Coach Belichick, 100%.
She had to eat for today.
She has 1 pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we
Scripture
share.
says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, receive and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
They chose to, they killed the wrong guy, right? Because this is like the perfect guy. Alex Preddy is the guy you would want to date your daughter. The guy you would want your son to grow up to be, a decent human being who was serving humanity, serving sick veterans.
Welcome back to your briefing on the left's lies. Ana Navarro there gushing over a man she didn't know. And that new video we've been showing you this week shows that Alex Pretty was actually spitting at federal officers, screaming "assault me," and kicking their taillight out on a federal vehicle. No. NBC tried to bury that, saying new video shows him interacting with federal, just interacting, not spitting or anything. And NBC's Crazy X, MS Now, acting the same. Host Nicole Wallace airing a fake AI-enhanced photo of the nurse, while ironically telling the audience the Trump administration is demanding people, quote, not believe their eyes.
Another killing of a nonviolent bystander by ICE agents in Minneapolis. This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretty, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans. Donald Trump and his cabinet, his administration, are demanding once again that you not believe your eyes and ears.
They changed the photo. Here's the before and after, clearly enhanced. I join my Newsmax colleagues Rob Schmidt and Rick Leventhal to discuss.
Linux voice control stop.
I want to start with you. I mean, the rhetoric, everything about this story, and then that video comes in yesterday and changes everything about what we thought we knew about Alex Pretty.
They call him nonviolent, and yet he was the opposite of nonviolent. Nobody behaves like that, Robert. Let's not forget that he was apparently armed in that first confrontation as well. You wear a handgun, and then you go out into the street and challenge law enforcement to a fight. He's spitting at one of the officers or agents, and then kicking their vehicle multiple times, breaking their taillight, resisting. And by the way, this is just one video that we know of. Right. There could be videos like this every single day. As far as we know, Pretty was following them daily and doing this daily. He was not a non-violent protester. He was purposely putting himself in harm's way repeatedly, and we don't know anything else about the guy besides he used to be a nurse. Complete. So this is a clear example of the media transforming, changing the narrative, and trying to whitewash what apparently was a guy who was determined to get hurt or maybe killed to prove a point, I guess. Yeah. But what he did was just plain stupid. And I would not want him dating my daughters, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was it. I mean, they said the dumbest things over the 3-4 days. They don't know anything about him. That was the point. Nobody knew anything about this guy, but he was a hero in their eyes.
Quarantine 0.
Yeah, Jake Tapper said all he did was blow a whistle at a protest. He's a peaceful protester guy. He really reminds me of Mahatma Gandhi, you know? It's all nonsense, liberal lies, and I think Rick's right. I feel so bad for Ana Navarro's daughter or daughters, whatever she has. If this is what she thinks her daughter should be married off to. I mean, there was Beyonce, right, who said, should have put a ring on it. I guess Ana Navarro has a really sick sense of right and wrong. I was raised by my parents that basically, as I'm sure you, that basically if the police come to you, even if you didn't do anything wrong, cooperate. Yes. Be respectful. How has America changed to this point where the left just looks the other way? And I agree with everything you said at the top. Of course it's tragic this man died. I hope and pray that nobody else dies. Tom Homan made that clear today. But you respect the police and you answer their question. You don't spit on them, obviously.
Yeah, this narrative that they've created is that
always fun talking to Rob Schmidt, 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. Stay with us, Patriots, for a briefing on whether the government is about to shut down yet again. There's conflicting signs. It's looking like at least a partial shutdown. We'll tell you next.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention! If you or a loved one were implanted with a Bard Power Port device and later experienced serious complications, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The Bard Power Port is a medical device implanted under the skin to deliver medication and other fluids intravenously. Lawsuits have been filed which allege these devices have inherent design and manufacturing flaws, making them prone to migration and breakage. Injuries associated with Bard Power Port devices include infection, bleeding, organ perforation, blood clots, and even death. If you or a loved one were implanted with a Bard Power Port and later experienced serious complications, you may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 800-817-2059.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back. Live look at the Senate floor. Some breaking news. They just approved the president's government funding deal, delaying for now a larger fight over reining in ICE that could keep the government open, but it still has to get through the House. And there are problems there. Reports that Speaker Mike Johnson just did a call urging his colleagues come back to Washington urgently Sunday night and vote on this Monday to reopen the government, because the deadline's not Monday, it's Saturday, so it could shut down for a couple days. The House would hope to reopen it Monday. It could be brief or it could go longer, because guess what? Chuck Schumer, even after the Senate passed this, is having another news conference complaining about ICE. That's happening as well. And then in Los Angeles, you see Chuck Schumer there. There appears to be a growing anti-ICE protest out in LA at this. Look at all those folks on the streets. KABC putting it out there. We're going to monitor this. It could be more violence this weekend. It looks peaceful right now. And so there's a lot happening in America right now. And we're going to be all over it here at the briefing. Rick Leventhal is coming up next on streaming. And make sure you're checking Newsmax.com all weekend long. Don't forget, on Newsmax Cable, Saturday 7 p.m. Eastern, Sunday 6 p.m. Eastern, your weekly briefing. Have a great weekend and stay warm.
Between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment.
Alright, or you might want to take up on that other wire back
He
here.
tells it like it is, with decades covering
My
Russia
archive is almost
and the
exhausted.
really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
They line up by the thousands, each one with a story that breaks your heart. Like Rivette, every step brought her pain. Their only hope, Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, bringing free surgeries to people who have no other hope. $19 a month will help provide urgently needed surgery for so many still suffering. So don't wait. Call 888-448-7689 or donate at mercyships.org.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet,
Lennox
you can
voice
enjoy a
control
nice
stop.
warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Tonight on the 11th Hour Report, the Senate, moments ago, passing the government funding deal. The Senate voting to fund most of the government through the end of September. The latest from Capitol Hill and how it could affect all of us coming up in moments. Former CNN anchorman Don Lemon arrested in Los Angeles early Friday, appearing in court today to answer to federal charges and plead not guilty to charges of violating the First Amendment rights of churchgoers after Lemon and a group of activists disrupted Sunday services with an anti-ICE protest. We'll have the latest on this disagreement over freedom of speech and press versus the right to peacefully observe religion. And anti-ICE protesters urging the nation to stay home from work and
Move
school
24
and
files
shopping
to
today,
processing
with
zone.
more demonstrations planned this weekend. So why are these groups favoring the rights of illegal migrant criminals over those of law-abiding citizens? Plus, celebrity chef Todd English joins me to discuss his latest, greatest restaurant project down in Miami, Florida. The 11th Hour Report starts now.
Renaming complete. 27 files renamed.
Good evening, America. It's Friday, January 30th. I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is the 11th Hour Report.
Album art
I've been a
complete.
professional journalist for
Found
almost 40 years
artworks.
now and have many friends in the industry, even some who work for networks with agendas I don't agree with. And as a journalist, it's in my DNA to stand up for truth, for facts coming to light, defending myself and my colleagues from threats to our First Amendment rights to free speech and freedom of the press. And when another journalist is arrested, the automatic, ingrained response is to defend the truth teller, to object to any efforts to silence or restrict their reporting or their ability to do so. And when news broke Don Lemon had been arrested for his role in that St. Paul church protest, my very first reaction was surprise and concern, which lasted about 2 seconds. Because then I remembered what he did. How he boasted on his live stream about being part of pre-protest planning meetings, how he couldn't say what was about to happen, but how excited he seemed to be about the opportunity to cover it live and reveal their plans and actions to the world. He acted like he was embedded with the troops and was given exclusive access to details of their mission that he couldn't share yet but would very soon. As someone who actually was embedded with U.S. Marines in Iraq and Afghanistan, I can relate to the excitement of the assignment and the need to keep plans under wraps. But this church protest was no military operation. It was a commando raid on a house of worship, which by its very nature was illegal. If Lemon didn't know this, it just shows his lack of intelligence and understanding of our rights, all of our rights, under the Constitution. He should have known freedom of the press doesn't take precedence over freedom of religion and the right to observe your beliefs in a house of worship without interruption or disruption. And if Lemon did know this, but went along with the protesters anyway, he's way more guilty than he wants us to believe. It's one thing to demonstrate on the streets or even outside a church if that's where you think you need to be, as long as you have a permit or are observing local, state, and federal laws. So be it. But going inside a church or any private place of business to yell and shout and wave your signs and disrupt whatever's happening there, well, now you've crossed a line, a very important line. And there are consequences for illegal actions. There are guardrails for a reason. In my humble opinion, in this case, Lemon was not acting as a journalist. He was acting more like a spokesman and a mouthpiece of the misguided knuckleheads he joined to enter that church with the sole purpose of disrupting their Sunday morning service for headlines and clicks and views for Lemon's sorted. Lame podcast.
24
After
placed
getting
in
dumped
worded
by
folders.
CNN and excommunicated by ex-boss Elon Musk, who canceled Lemon's show on his platform over his lack of journalistic standards and abilities, it appears Don saw this as his
Zero
next big
empty
chance
music
at relevancy. He desperately wants to be a big deal and clearly loved the attention he got after chronicling his friends' group's activities, including what he hinted was a shoving match with the pastor who was trying to get Lemon and his crew out so prayers and services could resume with the few remaining parishioners who didn't flee when the angry mob started ranting and raving inside. We now know that group targeted that church because one of that church's pastors also works for the St. Paul ICE office, as if there's something wrong with that. But that pastor wasn't holding the service that day. He wasn't even there. The pastor who was there showed great patience, despite some of the parishioners and their children breaking down in tears over the ugly intrusion. Being an actual journalist comes with responsibilities. Lemon doesn't seem to understand or believe that. So now he faces civil rights charges, including conspiring and interfering with the First Amendment rights of worshipers, with a potential maximum sentence of up to 10 years in prison if convicted. It's hard to believe that will happen, especially with so many liberal judges in our court system. But at least a message has been sent to the failed anchor and several other activists with him who also now face federal charges. This administration is not going to tolerate this kind of outrageously bad behavior. The rights of all people must be respected, not just the rights of whatever group you've hitched your wagon to. And if you think you're above the law, you're sadly mistaken. Because
Lennox
none
voice
of us are.
control restarted.
We'll have more on this in a few minutes, but right now, let's get to our top story tonight. Breaking right now, the Senate has just voted for a government funding deal to fund most of the government through the end of September. The feds still face a partial shutdown starting Saturday. Let's welcome in GOP political strategist and insider and host of Grassroots Truthcast podcast, Gene Valentino, and independent journalist Corinne Clifford for more on all of this. So, as I understand it, the funding bills are now through the Senate and head to the House. Gene, how soon do you expect the House to get the funding passed?
Will they be foolish not to move quickly, regardless of which party you're on, Rick? I think America's had enough. America has gotten past the noise of and the schemes that have been going on with Congress right now. The one leg of our government that has caused more damage than they've accused the president of is the United States Congress, and they can start by fulfilling their primary obligation of passing an annual balanced budget in a timely way, so that we, the citizens, we, the people, don't have to step up and make it a constitutional amendment to do so. It's shameful that they have ridden this thing out so long. Too many deflections and distractions. They're not getting away with it this time. The people have come to realize the truth.
Okay. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said Democrats are prepared to begin impeachment proceedings against DHS Secretary Christi Noem if President Trump doesn't fire her immediately. Speaker Mike Johnson responded to Jeffries. Here's a clip.
She's got to go. We are dead serious. She needs to be put on ice
No one wins
permanently.
When someone's piece is a game.
Pathological liar. We've seen her slander not just one, but two American citizens, patriotic Americans who were killed without justification on the streets of Minneapolis in the last few weeks.
Johnny.
She's deeply unqualified. She never should have been confirmed to begin with by Senate Republicans.
I think Hakeem needs to cool the rhetoric. He's my friend and colleague. We talked yesterday. We're trying to navigate through all this together, and I think the Secretary is doing a good job in a very difficult time.
Show me out the Tower Center with that.
But Democrats are not cooling the rhetoric, Corinne. And when this funding bill reaches the House, do you think those Democrats will use the impeachment talk as a negotiation tactic? Apparently she froze. I hope she's okay. Is Jean still with us? Oh, she's back. Okay, did you hear the question, Corinne?
Yes, I just think that it's so important to understand that Hakeem Jeffries and all the Democrats in Congress like to blame everything on President Trump and his cabinet. They always threaten that they're going to impeach. They have not been able to impeach, and they're not going to be able to impeach Christi Noem. So I think this is really important to understand that what's going on in Congress is honestly a waste of U.S. taxpayer dollars.
LBC generation competes with multi-web groups.
It's not the problem. The problem are the protesters that we believe are being paid to protest ICE in Minnesota. And that's really where we need the FBI to step in and tell us who's really funding these anti-ICE protesters. Just today, children under 18 were asked to leave school by their teachers at 1 o'clock in Los Angeles and around America to protest ICE. So this has nothing to do with Christi Noem. And I'm sick of Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats blaming her.
And then I think
it's all about an anti-Trump agenda as far as I'm concerned. And with DHS and ICE under fire, Border Czar Tom Homan went to Minneapolis to try and talk some sense into local officials and state officials and negotiate better conditions for his agents and officers. Here's a clip of that.
In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs, and sheriffs. Bottom line is you can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions.
And Homan has signaled immigration officials are developing a plan to start drawing down the number of agents in Minnesota, but he has conditions for that, which seems certainly appropriate to me. Gene, your thoughts on this?
Well, Tom Homan is taking the heat, but tempering the situation a bit. But shame on anybody taking shots at Christi Nome and ICE in general. The only reason we're in this state is because Minnesota and Minneapolis in particular were not cooperating as the rest of the nation is with ICE in taking the illegals, the violent felons, the rapists, the child abusers, the trafficker of our children, and these are the people we want to grab. The least we can expect is the state and local agencies to cooperate with ICE so we can extricate these wrongdoers from this nation. The shoe's on the wrong foot, and I feel bad for Christi Nome. She's a superstar.
Placement scan complete.
Yeah, well, I feel bad for those ICE agents who are working under the most ridiculous conditions, being attacked by locals or people who've been bussed in to protest, who claim that they're there because there's chaos in the streets and they're trying to correct the chaos when they're creating the chaos. And they're trying to stop these agents and officers from arresting dangerous criminals and making their streets actually safer. But I got to move on to this question, Corrine, about President Trump saying he's now nominating Kevin Warsh to serve as chairman of the Federal Reserve. Warsh is a former Fed governor and a critic of the central bank. Trump has repeatedly pressured the Fed to cut interest rates faster. Corrine, will Warsh bring those changes, and if so, when?
Of course, 100%. Now let's see if he can get confirmed. But the bottom line is that Warsh is a very important person to have run the Fed. And President Trump has an incredible team, and they vet these people. And so it's very important to lower our interest rate. And a lot of people have lost their confidence in the Federal Reserve over the years. So Warsh can do what needs to be done.
Yeah, renaming complete.
Corrine Clifford and Gene Valentino, we appreciate your time very much on this Friday. Thanks for joining the show.
Thank you.
Coming up next, more on former CNN anchor Don Lemon, charged today with federal civil rights violations in connection with that anti-ICE protest disrupting a service at a Minnesota church. The rest of the story, including what happened in court, when we come back.
Big tech is a real danger. Now, Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes their censorship. It's called Crushed: Big Tech's War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about Hunter's laptop, COVID, Trump, and more. If you're tired of their liberal bias and how Google uses Gmail and YouTube TV to censor you, get Crushed. Get your free copy of Crushed today by going online or calling the number on your screen.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the 11th Hour Report. A major update now on the fallout from last weekend's anti-ICE protest inside a St. Paul, Minnesota church. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon, who recorded and participated in the protest, was arrested early this morning in Los Angeles.
24 placed in worded
DHS
folders.
says Lemon has been charged with federal civil rights crimes. Lemon, who appeared in court earlier this afternoon and pled not guilty, spoke to reporters outside the courthouse within the past hour.
Zero empty
Here's
music
part of his
folders.
remarks.
I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced.
Was he covering the news or making himself part of the news? Our chief Washington correspondent James Rosen broke some of the early details exclusively on social media this morning
LVC
and has the
JSON
latest
generation
in this
complete
report.
with multi-word groups.
11 days after he live-streamed an anti-ICE protest inside a church in St. Paul led by a pastor who works for the immigration agency, former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested at a hotel in Los Angeles in a midnight raid carried out by FBI and DHS agents.
Under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. If you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Lemon and several others were indicted by a federal grand jury in Minnesota late Thursday. Sources said the charges include conspiracy to deprive of a constitutional or statutory right and violations of the FACE Act, which protects access to houses of worship and abortion clinics. Lemon's lawyer, Abby Lowell, said in a statement, Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court.
There's no legitimacy, no basis
Lennox
to
voice
Don
control
Lemon's
restarted.
arrest, no basis to the arrest of the other journalists, and the American people are not going to stand for it.
James Rosen reporting. Joining me now, Republican strategist and former Naval Intelligence Officer, John Jordan. John, welcome back to the show. We heard from a defiant Don Lemon who literally dared authorities to come after him earlier this week. Listen to this.
Look, I stand proud and I stand tall. This is not a victory lap for me because it's not over. They're going to try again and they're going to try again. And guess what? Here I am. Keep trying. That's not going to stop me from being a journalist. You're not going to diminish my voice. Go ahead, make me into the new Jimmy Kimmel if you want. None of this is about justice. This is about power, and it's about people who are incompetent.
I think so.
The machine obeys instantly. What was the arrive slowly?
John, what was your initial reaction when you heard the news of his arrest, and are you surprised the long arm of the law actually squeezed this lemon?
Well, when you introed me, Rick, you forgot to mention I'm also an attorney. So I'm going to put my attorney hat on here. Yeah, it was federal grand jury in Minneapolis returned the indictment on those two counts. The issue at hand, right, and there isn't a lot of law on this point, so it's very interesting, is that he is saying what he was doing was constitutionally protected because he was acting as a journalist, and the First Amendment is implicated. But the First Amendment also protects a lot of these worshipers in their church too from interference, as does the FACE Act. So the question becomes: was he a journalist? Was he acting as a journalist, or was he a participant? Being a participant with an iPhone and recording it doesn't make you a journalist. So where is that line? And that's where the courts are going to have to decide, and that's going to be before the trial judge first of all, and that's going to be a very interesting hearing.
Yeah, and I think his comments before he went into church might be used against him because he certainly makes it sound, as I said in my monologue, like he was part of the group, like he had been clued into what they were about to do, that he was very aware of their plans but couldn't report them yet, and then he follows them into the church and then is there at the door arguing with the pastor about their right to stay. It does seem like he was more of a ringleader or a cheerleader or a spokesperson for the group more than he was an actual journalist, because he could have stopped at the door. He could have let them all go in and just stayed as far back as possible and recorded and been within his rights. But when he went in there and joined in with them, in my opinion, that's when he really crossed the line.
Yeah, and that's probably why the federal grand jury returned the indictment, because it showed his active participation, not being a journalist, and that is a criminal violation along those two statutes.
Well, the statutes are federal civil rights crimes, which carry some pretty tough penalties. What do these charges entail? How difficult do you think it will be for the government to make a case, and how likely is it that he'll actually be convicted?
Well, the first step is going to be, there's going to be a question whether or not the judge is going to be asked to rule on what we just talked about. You know, was it
facilitator options? We have found one that is a nationwide company. They do environmental facilitation.
He's going to bend over backwards to say that this was journalism. But a fair-minded one, a little different. So the next is going to be admission of evidence, right? So there's going to be what's called an eliminate motion. You file where you proffer, the evidence before trial, and then it's ruled admissible or inadmissible. But really, what's going to decide whether the guilt or innocence in this case is the jury pool. And you're looking at a Minneapolis jury, and that's going to be interesting to see. You've got a grand jury in Minneapolis to return a bill to an indictment, so that's a hopeful sign. But it's going to, an actual trial and verdict is sometime in the future. And look at Don Lamont; he's going to try to milk this the whole time. In many ways, this is the best thing that ever happened to him, and I think he wanted this result.
I do too. Like you said, he's milking it.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's irrelevant. I think the Justice Department probably should not have brought this, not for legal reasons. It's just you're just making this worse. You're just making this worse by giving him the platform that he craves. And I would not, certainly if I were Pam Bondi, I wouldn't have said I personally dispatched the agents to arrest him in LA. I think that was a tactical error by the Justice Department.
Well, this is where I would disagree with you, because I think it's important to remind people that we have laws for a reason, and this guy is not above the law, and he, in my opinion, clearly violated the law, and that's the opinion apparently of the grand jury and of the prosecutors, that he crossed the line and he needs to pay for that. And speaking of pay for it, what does it cost to hire a criminal defense lawyer in a federal case like this, and if it goes to trial? How much is this going to set Lemon back?
Well, it could set him back in the hundreds of thousands. Well, it will set him back in the many tens of thousands of dollars, maybe more. I don't think he's ever going to have to pay a nickel of that. You're going to look at the ACLU and all these lefty law groups, the Southern Poverty Justice. You're going to look at all these lefty groups, the Soros people. They're all going to fund this. Abby Lowell, the lawyer who's representing him, is a lawyer of great fame on the left, and they'll be happy to do it for free just to get their name in the paper. You're right that every time there's you're right to prosecute it, but at the same time, are you giving this guy what he wants?
Placement scan complete.
And that's the interesting question, and the left wanted this arrest.
We got to leave it there. John Jordan, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining me.
See you,
As we pause for animation. I guess we're not. Turning now to the other big story in Minnesota, anti-ICE protests continuing on the streets of Minneapolis. Today's demonstrations are part of a planned so-called national shutdown, encouraging people to stay home from work or school and to avoid shopping all day. Our correspondent Joe Moeller joins us from the Twin Cities with the latest, and Joe is live again tonight. Joe, what's happening?
Move 24 files to
Hey
processing
there, good evening
zone.
to you. Well, it's been a busy day here in Minneapolis. It started early this morning with demonstrations at the federal building, then here downtown. Thousands of people crowded the streets. It looks calm behind me now, but let me tell you, just an hour and a half ago, you'd see hundreds of protesters walking these streets. Take a look at this video. We shot this a few hours ago when this all started this afternoon. This thousands of people just crowding the downtown streets, marching for this National Day of Protests, calling for people not to go to school, not to go to work. This is something that happened last Friday as well, and it's happening once again today. There's even more demonstrations planned tomorrow, but at the demonstration this morning, there were even some arrests. But the other big story today, former CNN anchor Don Lemon arrested in Los Angeles this morning for his role in that church protest that took place nearly 2 weeks ago. Now, this protest this afternoon, there were even people out there demanding his release, and we've learned that since then he's been released with no bail this evening. But here in Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have said they want ICE out. Border czar Tom Homan says the federal government could cut the number of agents here if state and local leaders cooperate by turning over criminal illegal immigrants when they are released from jail. I did reach out to the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office about this, and they say any real change to jail policy must come from the state, not county by county. Attorney General Keith Ellison reportedly said there is no agreement with Homan, who is now here, on any changes. And when it comes to the investigation into the shooting of Alex Preddy, today we learned that the FBI will be taking over with the help of Homeland Security investigators. Well, Governor Walz had something to say about that, posting on X earlier, Trump's right hand cannot be responsible for investigating his left hand. We need an independent, impartial investigation now. So as you can see through that video, it was a busy day here in Minneapolis with those demonstrations, people marching through the streets. And this weekend, it's not going to change. There'll be more demonstrations here in Minneapolis as another day of big protests are set for tomorrow. Rick?
Joe Moore reporting live from Minneapolis. We appreciate that. I think maybe they cleared the streets because their shift was over. But what do I know? Joining me now for more on this, Republican Maryland State Representative Lauren Arikan. Representative, thanks for being here.
Quarantine zero empty music folders.
What are your thoughts on the ongoing anti-ICE protests and the politicians who are supporting illegal criminals over law-abiding citizens?
I'm absolutely disgusted. We have the same type of extremist politicians here in the state of Maryland, and we basically have a beacon over our state saying, please come here, illegals. We will give you a driver's license, health care, hell, you can even vote.
Representative, if you're still with us, I wonder if you see the unrest fading anytime soon.
I don't anticipate a lot of fading until the Trump administration gets in and there's a real crackdown on the people who are causing all these riots to occur. And I'll say states that have sanctuary policies should implement 287G programs so that instead of having to go into the community and arrest these criminal illegals, you can go through the prison system and get them in a much safer way away from the community. That's what many counties in Maryland do. And I think if states like Minnesota implemented programs like that, instead of banning them, then it would be a lot safer.
Absolutely. The DOJ, meanwhile, has launched a civil rights investigation into the shooting death of protester Alex Preddy. What's the significance of this development, and what's your predicted outcome from the probe?
It's really hard to say. I mean, cell phone videos often do not portray a full picture of what really occurs. So I'm going to wait and see what happens with this investigation and see what comes out of it. But all I can say is hopefully we can get better at securing some of these folks in safer locations like through the prisons and not have to have a lot of street interactions with criminals and with, these are really protesters. It's like a domestic insurgency, really.
Yeah, that's the way I see it. But I also want to pivot to the expanding investigation into widespread fraud in Minnesota, which is a big reason why the feds went there in the first place, which has cost taxpayers, the fraud has, many billions of dollars. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer today announced Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison will testify before Congress on March 4th. How much, if anything, do you think we'll learn from Walz and Ellison when they testify about their great state of Minnesota?
Oh, I'm sure they'll try to obfuscate reality, but I do have a lot of faith that at the end of this, we will find out what happened and what they knew so that we can properly prosecute the people who may have had a lot of knowledge about what was happening with fraud in that state. Somebody should go to jail over this, probably several people. So I'm anxiously awaiting the results of any investigation into that fraud, because I am sure that Minnesota is not the only state where that is occurring.
Well, and I said this yesterday on the show, it just seems so odd that when they went up there to investigate all this fraud, all of a sudden you had these crazy, violent protests against ICE agents, distracting everyone from the billions and billions of dollars that had just been ripped off from under them. But before I let you go, I want to ask you about a story from Maryland, which is where I grew up, by the way. ICE has lodged detainers on 3 illegal immigrants and MS-13 gang members who are accused of the violent murder of a 14-year-old boy. That murder follows numerous other killings, including Laken Riley, Rachel Warren, and Jocelyn Nungary, all at the hands of illegal immigrants. So I'm wondering, Representative, why can't Democrats admit that 14-year-old and the other victims might very well still be alive if Biden hadn't let these criminal illegal aliens into our country in the first place?
They won't even say the victims' names. Maryland has become literally pro-criminal. The policies that the Democrats in Maryland put in place are literally asking for criminal illegals to come and live in Maryland, set up shop, move here and stay forever. We have soft on crime policies. Now we're trying to ban 287G. We're even attempting to ban face masks for ICE officials, which is unconstitutional. Even our liberal AG today said, there's no way that's constitutional. So Maryland is right now a beacon. And you know what? Trump is going to defund Maryland if they continue to behave like this, as he should do to any state who puts sanctuary policies in place.
Well, it's disgusting to me that they have no problem with paid agitators wearing masks to hide their own identities, but they have a problem with federal agents who are being doxxed by those agitators, trying to go to their homes and places of work and their hotel rooms and harass them and their families. They're not allowed to hide their identities, but the people who are attacking them are. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I hope it gets cleared up. State Representative Lauren Arikan, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining the show.
Thanks, Rick. Have a good one.
You too. Up next on the Leventhal Report, tensions remain high in the Middle East, with U.S. naval forces now assembled in that region as talks between Washington and Iran continue. Our foreign policy experts weigh in on the chances for a peaceful resolution or forceful military action from the U.S. when we come back.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr. And there's no apologies, because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
and make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out, because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children. That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me. And me. And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football. And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now? It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please
Linux
call or
voice
go
control
online
stop.
now If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. President Trump confirmed today there have been talks between the U.S. and the Islamic regime, but the depth or progress of those talks are still unknown, while U.S. naval forces, led by the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, have entered the region, allowing and providing more options for the administration if discussions with the regime fail to reach consensus. Foreign correspondent Zach Anders joins us now from Iraq with more on Iran. Zach?
Pour into the Middle East with the carrier strike group Abraham Lincoln now on station. The president stating last night that Washington has communicated with Tehran, adding today that Iran does want to make a deal, but that an armada of American muscle is there if they refuse U.S. terms. As estimates of protesters killed across the country this month range from 5,000 to more than 30,000 dead. In Ankara, Turkey today, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi meeting with his Turkish counterpart, stating Iran is ready to resume fair and equitable talks with the United States. At the same time, the Islamic regime promising a crushing military response to any hostilities, and Araghchi declaring that their missile program is off the table.
I should also state unequivocally that Iran's defensive and missile capabilities and Iran's missiles will never be the subject of any negotiations. I do not think any country is prepared to compromise with anyone over its own security and defense. The security of the Iranian people is no one else's business, and we will preserve and expand our defensive capabilities to whatever extent is necessary to defend the country.
U.S. assets continue to reposition across the globe. Dozens of heavy lift flights, Air Force C-17s and C-5 Galaxies, tracked moving this way across the Atlantic in the last 72 hours, while the mayor of Tehran announces underground parking garages and the city's subway system are to be opened as bomb shelters. From Erbil, Iraq tonight, Zach Anders, Newsmax.
Zach, thank you for that. Let's welcome in retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General, former combat C-17 commander, and U.S. Deputy Military Rep to NATO, Blaine Holt. Blaine, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Iran has said it's ready to participate in fair and just nuclear talks with the United States. The Iranian foreign minister said we are under no circumstances willing to accept dictation or imposition. So what's there to negotiate when it comes to nuke talks if they want nuclear weapons and we don't want them to have any?
Well, I think that the president's preference is to see if there's anything there that can be done in the diplomatic realm. I don't believe there's going to be. And honestly, the overtures towards some sort of talks give the mullahs and the Ayatollah time to figure out what their exile plan is going to be. It gives the United States time to finish off the diplomacy and the diplomatic clearances necessary for all the flights, all the missions, all of the runs out of our own basing in the region. That's underway right now. And getting the preponderance of our naval forces in place to conduct what I would call surgical strikes to put the advantage into the hands of the people. We're not going to take over the revolution for them. But as we're speaking right now, Rick, the very vaunted pizza metric from the Pentagon, where when pizza places are working overtime and their volume's going up, it implies that the Pentagon is really pulling their hair out, just like mine's gone. But they're working really hard on the targeting, and I don't think it'll be that long before we see something.
So they're ordering a lot more pizzas than normal from the Pentagon.
Because they're in the building working at this hour.
Exactly. Now, there's a carrier strike group in the region, and the last time we put a strike group in a region of Venezuela, we know what happened. They went in with a very surgical attack and took out Maduro. Are we then right to expect a similar strike in Iran? You mentioned surgical strikes. Are they going to be different kinds of strikes? Are they going to be taking out command and control of the military, which many believe was killing protesters? Or is there still a chance of diplomacy? It sounds like you're leaning towards the military might.
I just don't see that look, we're going to take away their proxies and no longer let them have access to that anymore. And so the very disingenuous foreign minister saying we're never going to compromise on our security. No, because you've compromised everybody else's. And so we'll probably hit police stations, the besieged. We're going to hit the people who killed and slaughtered their own people. That's going to be high on the list.
Lennox boys,
but I think that the Abraham Lincoln is also going to be tasked with keeping the Straits of Hormuz open, and we'll have naval targets to hit because we're not going to allow Iran to put a wrench into the world economy as fragile as it is right now.
One of the things I heard yesterday I was a little surprised by was that it sounded like the president was expecting, if there were military strikes, that it might prompt more vigorous protests in Iran, almost as if that's the goal, to get people to feel safe going back out onto the streets to protest against the regime, as another prompt to get the regime to pack up and head out of town. Is that your understanding of what the goal is here then?
It absolutely is. It's sound strategy. And what we've got to do is get the terminology right. They're not protesters. They're revolutionary patriots trying to take back their country that was taken from them in 1979. But they're being suppressed. And my last count, I guess we're seeing well over 50,000 have been slaughtered by the regime. And so for them, what we want to do is encourage them to take ownership of their revolution, but they're under the gun with this very, very despotic regime. So what can we hit to put the advantage back into their hands and encourage them that we have their back, but we're not going to own their revolution for them. Their own Sam Adams, their own Tommy Jeffersons, and their own George Washingtons will step to the forward. They just need a little air support.
Okay. I want to switch gears, ask you about the Palestinian territories, because the body of the last hostage has now been returned to Israel, and we're hearing the Rafah crossing will reopen. So what does this mean for all those people living in Gaza right now?
I think it means really good things. We're going to have a lot more access to get humanitarian assistance to those who need it. We're going to be able to get on with more elements of the 21-point peace plan. We're going to be able to get this phase 2 disarmament of Hamas underway. They've agreed to give up some of their weapons, the AK-47 series. Nothing about pipe bombs and missiles, but we'll get there. Look, to everything we can do that's not of a military nature is a win in getting this thing on the right track. But I think eventually it's going to come down to good guys with guns stopping bad guys with guns.
I think I have time for one more, and it's about a country we don't often talk about. President Trump now threatening to impose tariffs on any country selling oil to Cuba. This move could put the U.S. at odds with Mexico, I'm told, because Mexico has given Cuba oil in the past. Are Mexico's oil shipments to Cuba considered humanitarian aid, which might make them exempt from the president's directive and not lead to tariffs against Mexico?
I don't think so. I think that we're going to have a little tiff with Mexico, and I think what's going to happen is the Cubans are going to start taking matters into their own hands. But what we can't have is Cuban spies all over our country exhibiting the type of aggression against us like we saw up in Minneapolis. Apparently there were Cuban operatives on the ground there working as well.
Wow. Had not heard that before. Blaine always bringing the heat and the noise and some great information. And I appreciate your time on this Friday. It's always good to see you.
Thank you. Happy Friday.
When we return,
what you pay
we'll be joined by a celebrity chef.
What are we
New restaurant is so exclusive, you have to spend a minimum of $5.5 million just for a chance to get a table. I'll explain why after the break.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch The Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
Call 800-615-4595.
You're the author.
800-615-4595. Again, 800-615-4595.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Welcome back to the 11th Hour Report. Four-time James Beard Award-winning celebrity chef Todd English is opening an exclusive resident-only restaurant at the Bentley Residences, Miami, being built in Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. This is the first Bentley-branded residential tower in the world, and yes, the condos ain't cheap. The exclusive restaurant, Proper English by Todd English, will open in early 2028. So let's welcome in that award-winning celebrity chef. And
thank you.
Full disclosure, a guy I've known for many years and consider a good friend, Mr. Todd English.
Yes, good to see you. You're looking sharp there, my friend. Great to see you. Great to see your new show.
You know, Lennox voice control stop.
The condo's free, but the meal costs you $5.5 million.
Oh, okay. Is that how it works? Listen, I'm no mathematician, but I know 2028 is at least 2 years from now. So it looks like you're planning early. Tell me about the menu and the experience of your new restaurant. What's it going to be like, and what's going to set it apart from your other amazing venues?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Well, you know, what I'm excited about is, you know, it's interesting, you know, in all the years I've been doing this, and to see how private members clubs have become so big and popular now, and now, you know, this is pretty much a private members club for the residents that live in the building and buy in the building. And the whole idea is really that, you know, we want to, what I like about it is the personal touch, really, that we can, you know, kind of personalize things. The restaurant will be very much about, you know, having our regular customers there and kind of taking care of them, inviting their friends in, etc. Also, being able to take prepared meals to up to their condos, which will be part of the program. So you can, you know, purchase a week's worth of lunches or dinners or whatever. We'll take them up and put them in your refrigerator, so you have something always, you know, so, or private catered
Process
events
24.
in your beautiful $5 million or $20 million condo, whatever it ends up being, with your exclusive pool. So
it must be
I think
nice.
it's going to be.
Move 24 files to processing zone.
I'll be catering it, so I'll be there hanging out, making sure the food's good, and you know, I like the actual personal touch. You know, one of the things I love about the business so much is that I get to. It's very personal, and getting, you know, that interaction between a customer and our customers and what we do. So to me, that's the fun part of this.
Well, you've obviously been doing this a long time. You opened, not that you look old, but I know you've been doing this a long time.
Naming
you opened Olives, Figs,
27
Pepper
files
Club,
renamed.
your Vegas outpost within the English Hotel. But this does sound
Album
a lot
complete.
different. I'm just curious,
Down
did the
zero
Bentley come to
local
you,
artworks.
or did you go to the Bentley and say, hey, I have a great idea for your new tower?
Well, you know, I've known Gil, and he's a good friend, and a brilliant developer, and always looks very unique. And that skill desert there in the photo, and he has the Deserator, which is the beautiful, the cool that he did that in the Porsche building, which is a 2-car garage that takes your cars. I don't really know why you need to bring your car to your, but I guess if it's a cool car, you want to show off because it's in your living room basically. And so, but this one's a 4-car garage. It goes to your, so, I think I have to buy a couple more cars. I don't know. I don't really like cars, but the idea is really to move that. I like Bentleys though. Bentleys are beautiful. And so to move them, to his vision of it is pretty cool. And what I also like, it's just a really cool international crowd, which is happening in Miami now. And you're seeing a lot of really, a lot of influence around the world, whether it's Middle East or wherever they're coming from. That Miami is kind of picking that up, and you'll see, and there's a lot of that as well. So. Maybe a few
files sorted.
A few of the famous soccer players in the neighborhood,
folders.
Who I'm not sure, who you might know. So that's what I'm excited about. So, yeah.
Well, I understand your excitement. I feel it, man. And Proper English by Todd English will
Quarantine
debut
Zero
early
empty
2028.
music folders.
I know Miami is known for its trendy dining options, which you kind of hinted at. Is there already excitement and buzz about the opening down there in Miami, Florida? And before I let you go, I also want you to tell us about your new TV show.
Yes, of course, exactly. So I'm actually sitting here in Athens, Greece right now to talk about that. But yeah, I think dining is such a big part of our life, and so I think in this situation we'll be able to customize certain things for certain ways for people, and I think that's really the beauty of this, that there'll be, you can bring. Kelly can come in and have some dinner with us, and we can hang out and have a great time.
JSON
And it will be something that's cool and fun and different and exclusive and different than you might see down on Brickell or wherever else in town that you're at. So I think, in Miami. So I think there's going to be sort of a cool vibe that's, I don't want to say exclusivity, because I think the beauty of it is that it creates a cool kind of clubby, fun environment that you can bring your friends. So that's what I envision this being, and it will change throughout the week. We have, I think we're talking about having, and also bringing in some of my good chef friends from around the world, omakase nights, like with Nobu or something like that. So we'll be able to create certain platforms that are very different than you might see in your normal restaurant setting. So we're excited about creating unique experiences, which is what it's all about. So I'm started now.
For sure, and I'm marking my calendar right now, Todd. For Kelly and I, table for two.
When's your birthday?
We'd like a corner booth if possible. January 24th, my friend.
We got you. Don't worry. You can know.
Excellent. We got to go. It's great to see you.
Right.
I know, don't forget, and I appreciate it. Enjoy your trip.
Cheers. Thank you.
Take care, Todd. Thanks,
buddy.
for being here. And don't go anywhere. More to come on the Leventhal Report. We're back in 3 minutes.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
This has been going on for years. Said things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's That's everything.
But with all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actolin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actolin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now you can get a free bottle of Actolin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actolin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actolin, valued at $39.95.
And some sad news to report today. Emmy-winning actress Catherine O'Hara, known for countless roles, including The Mom and Home Alone.
Okay, 1905 is taken off. Oh, wait,
Canadian-born actress died at her home in Los Angeles following a brief illness, according to her agency. O'Hara was also known for her comedic role as Moira Rose in Schitt's Creek, and more recently for her dramatic turn in HBO's The Last of Us. Catherine O'Hara was just 71 years old. That's all the time we have for tonight's Friday night edition of 11th Thought Report. Thanks for watching. Have yourselves a great and safe weekend. I'll see you.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekend on Newsmax 2.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Poverty is unimaginable.
Close enough to done.
There are people who are struggling.
We all know is the most dangerous part.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, it's the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You'll see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact.
Okay, I got 1905 leaving outside. He's going to be out of service.
Tonight, Squeeze Lemon, former seated anchor Don Lemon arrested and charged with civil rights crimes after his participation in a protest that disrupted a church worship service in Minnesota. Plus, Fed reset. President Trump names his choice to replace Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve after slamming him for dragging his feet on interest rates. I'll tell you why this trend could reshape the economy and what this means for your wallets.
Quarantine 0.
All that and much more. The Pulse starts now.
Move 24 files to processing zone. Renaming complete. 27 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
They were here in Gregory. You need us to respond? It's all quiet out here. We need to find anything.
We assigned ground leases and approved the letter of intent in July of this year. We're here today to approve continued participation.
The liberal judge in Minnesota that actually denied them initially did the Justice Department a favor. They actually made matters worse for Don Lemon. As somebody pointed out on X, this gave the Justice Department an extra week and a half to interview more people, to assemble more statements, to watch more of Lemon's own videos, assemble more of his own words, maybe try and squeeze some of the other people that have already been charged. So actually, this probably was made a whole lot worse for him than it actually needed to be. And notice how, David, that they won't refer to Nick Shirley as a journalist. They'll just say he's a conservative YouTuber, he's an influencer, because he doesn't have a piece of paper from a J school or worked at, one of the alphabet soup networks. They'll say he's not a journalist. And let there be no mistake here, folks. Even worse than politicians, I'll say, there is no profession that loves itself more than the national news media. They say they don't want to be part of the story, but they love being part of the story because they thrive on it, because they're so empty inside that they need that attention.
Well, especially when you're a failed anchor and now you've started a podcast, because that's what a lot of people are listening to now, are podcasts, and you're just really still trying to be relevant, as he has been for a while.
Was he fired
on his podcast just a few weeks ago. Yeah, I think because people were done listening to us behind. On his podcast a few weeks ago, he actually just attacked ICE. No holds barred. Watch.
Off, ICE. All the way off. You are low-life losers, and you feel empowered by your dear leader, Donald Trump. You are fat losers who just crawled out of a trailer park from some Proud Boy meeting, or if not worse, some other group that could be worse than him. You are thugs, jack-booted thugs. You're all jacked up on power that's not even really yours.
No, they don't know that. I wonder what his white husband thinks about that potty mouth of his. It doesn't sound like very journalistic to me for somebody that's now trying to claim that he's just a journalist.
Yeah, David, I picked up on that as well. That cannot be underlined enough for all of his race hustle nonsense and racial arsonism. He's married to a white guy gang. He's been with him for quite a long time. Tim is his name. He loves talking about how much he loves Tim. This just goes to show the hypocrisy on this front. I mean, this is the guy who said at one point earlier, once he launched the show, that hatred and bigotry are what makes the, quote, MAGA wheel spin. This is a man with hatred in his heart, and yet he's claimed to be a journalist, an independent journalist, and he's trumpeted. He's being hailed and lionized by the liberal media. Notice how they're not really shedding any tears or expressing any outrage for any of the Angel families or people killed by illegal immigrants, sexually violated by Ron Johnson, Andre, Laken Riley, and yet, they're crying over spilled milk. They're like 5-year-olds in the grocery store over their friend Don Lemon. And by the way, Don Lemon was released, as we saw in the clip there. He's not being held in prison or anything until his next hearing.
Yeah, he's out on bail. And I don't even think he had to pay to get out. I think they just released him.
Nope.
So it's going to be very interesting to see. But CNN, they issued a statement about its former employee, which said in part, the FBI's arrest of our former CNN colleague Don Lemon raises profoundly concerning questions about press freedom and the First Amendment. The Department of Justice already failed twice to get an arrest warrant for Don and several other journalists in Minnesota. So in your opinion, was Lemon simply reporting the story as he says he was just there reporting, or was he a willing participant in the crime once the protesters barged through that door?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was in on it. He knew about it. He greeted all of the organizers, a kiss on the cheek to one of them, shaking hands. He brought donuts. He brought Starbucks coffee for them in one of those giant, paper, like to-go tub things. So yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like he was part of this there. He wasn't observing. If you kind of know all the things that are about to unfold and you're tight with all of the people there and you're going with them, you're accompanying them as they go and commit crimes, I kind of feel like you're in on it. Let this be a lesson, I guess, folks. I mean, according to CNN, you can use your cell phone and you can go rob a bank and just say you're a journalist. I guess that's their bizarre logic that they live in right now.
Yeah, they do live in a pretty bizarro land full of illiterate, hypocritical logic. I think that is their world. Curtis out. God bless you, brother. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
Thanks, man. Have a good weekend.
You too. Coming up, President Trump picking a new Fed chair to replace too late Jerome Powell. But some GOP members are not on board. We've got those details.
Linux voice control stop.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now.
Placement scan complete.
I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Found 0 local
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just covered the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
David Harris Jr. Well, President Trump is revealing his pick to replace Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell when his term ends in May. Now, too late Powell earned his name because he just couldn't cut interest rates fast enough for the president. Let's turn to Mike Carter in Washington to tell us more about President Trump's pick. Mike?
It is a decision with major implications for U.S. monetary policy. Today, President Trump nominating Kevin Warsh to serve as the next chair of the Federal Reserve. The 55-year-old Warsh previously served as a Federal Reserve governor from 2006 to 2011, including through the depths of the 2008 financial crisis. This afternoon, the president asked if he had requested Warsh to lower interest rates, something Trump has long derided current Fed Chair Jerome Powell of being too late in doing.
No, but we talk about it, and I've been following them, and I don't want to ask him that question.
LBC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Would be allowed, but I want to keep it nice and pure. But he certainly wants to cut rates. I've been watching him for a long time. I think that, yeah, I've had times when I think you've had to really have rate hikes too. But he's very smart, very good, strong, young, pretty young, and I think he's going to do good. I mean, he was the central casting guy that people wanted.
A longtime critic of certain recent Fed policies and a one-time finalist for the Fed chair role back in 2017, Kevin Warsh is seen by many as aligned with the president's calls for lower interest rates and potentially a less independent central bank approach. Last year, President Trump signed executive orders aimed at establishing the U.S. as a global crypto leader, including creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Recently, however, cryptocurrencies have been having a rough time of it, in what was once hoped by Trump to be a golden era for cryptocurrencies. Warsh could change that around.
Bitcoin doesn't trouble me. I think of it as an important asset that can help inform policymakers when they're doing things right and wrong. It is not a substitute to the dollar. I think it can often be a very good policeman for policy. There are real innovators that are happening in and around that new technology. It's just software. It's just the newest, coolest software that will provide us an ability to do things that we could never have done before. Can the software be used for good and evil? Yes. The world's most talented engineers from China and Europe and everywhere, they come to the United States, even now, to try to build this stuff. And my view is by building it here, that gives us an opportunity to be more productive and create something very special over the next decade.
Meanwhile, Warsh's predecessor, current Fed Chair Jerome Powell, remains under a Department of Justice criminal investigation related to his congressional testimony last year about the Fed's $2.5 billion building renovation here in Washington. If confirmed by the Senate, Kevin Warsh would take over for Jerome Powell when he steps down in May. At the White House, for Newsmax, I'm Mike Carter.
Mike Carter, thank you so much. Joining me now, President of Americans for Tax Reform, Grover Norquist. Grover, thanks for joining the Pulse this evening. You know, a lot of people are surprised by the pick, and as we just saw in Mike's reporting, President Trump said that he did not request Kevin Warsh to cut rates, which is something that we know the president has been pushing for. What do you think of Trump's pick and not asking Warsh about cuts?
The president made a very good pick in Kevin Warsh, respected economist. All the free market economists, the economists who want growth in the American economy, are delighted at this pick. And the president has picked someone who shares his view that the American economy ought to be stronger and growing, and the dollar ought to be strong and robust, and that the Fed should not be running around doing green things or wandering in various parts. Keep the economy strong, keep the dollar the currency of the world.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I think most people that understand a little bit about the economy, that makes a lot of sense. You know, CNBC published this article, Markets Swing in Uneasy Trading After Trump Nominates Kevin Warsh. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped 47 points, or 0.1%, and the NASDAQ Composite fell 0.3%. The value of the U.S. dollar initially sank against other currencies following Trump's announcement of Kevin Warsh's nomination before climbing back. So what do you make of the market, its reaction to this?
Well, you wonder what they thought was going to happen. I think Warsh was the obvious choice there, so I don't know why the market would have been either surprised or reacted to it. But again, not much of a movement. The people knew that the president wanted someone who would be supportive of a pro-growth economy. The president's tax policy is one to encourage more investment, and his policy is to bring jobs and investment into the United States.
And finally, and that is exactly what he is planning on doing, has been doing, and I think he's going to do until he's out in another 3 years. Republican Senator Tom Tillis says that he won't back the pick until an investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell is resolved, even though he thinks he's qualified. What are your thoughts on if anybody that thinks he's not qualified, and Jerome Powell himself? How do you think that investigation is going to unfold?
I don't know what they're going to do with that. I think there are real questions about how much money we need to spend on buildings and temples and cathedrals for government in Washington, D.C. There's enough of that. I don't know if we have to have an investigation, but we certainly could perhaps pull it back a bit, not quite spend so much money.
Yeah, I know the ballroom, though, is necessary. I'm sure you've been to the White House multiple times. I have as well. And the ballroom that they're adding, I think, is going to be definitely a nice touch. Let's talk tariffs for a second here. Today, President Trump published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal titled, "Donald J. Trump, My Tariffs Have Brought America Back." He writes, quote, "It was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in generations past, and it is tariffs that are making our country stronger, safer, and richer than ever before. Given the results of the past year and the spectacular economic numbers coming out every single day, perhaps it is time for the tariff skeptics at the Journal to consider putting on one of my favorite red hats, the one that reads, 'Trump was right about everything.' In your opinion, have tariffs brought America back?"
The president's tax cuts have. We've seen that when Coolidge cut tax rates, we had the roaring 20s. When Kennedy cut tax rates, we had the 60s tremendous strength. When Nixon raised taxes, we had problems. When Reagan cut taxes, we had growth in the 80s. And when President Trump cut taxes in his first term, the second year of that tax cut, we were growing at over 6%. Right now, the second year of his tax cut, we're going into 5.4 plus. This is coming largely from the corporate income tax rate, full expensing. The tariffs actually cause a little bit of a challenge in that they've changed so much. It's a little hard to argue what they did because they've been on again, off again, in and out. The president has used them, as he said he was going to negotiate better deals and lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers to American products. In that zone, I think we've seen some success.
7508.
Sounds like good success all around. Let's turn to New York, where socialist mayor Zohran Mamdani says he wants to raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers to cover a projected $10 billion budget deficit.
Password there is fair. This is only a test system.
We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. And so there will not be one single thing that can answer that crisis. It will require us to pursue every single avenue. That means looking inward into savings and efficiencies. That also means raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations. And it means recalibrating the relationship with the state.
Wow. Well, considering that your organization advocates for lower taxes, what's your take? Will the top earners put up with this? And if what happens if they don't?
Well, we have in New York City, New York State, and in California, decisions being made to perhaps tax property, all wealth, which has already driven people out of California. They may be looking at doing that in New York. Higher tax rates again in New York. New York's around 10% individual tax rate. And people have been leaving New York with a high tax rate, leaving California, congressional districts leaving New York and California for 20 years now. More of the same will give you more of the same. There will be more talent, more capital, more businesses fleeing New York City. There are now as many or maybe even more people in finance in Texas as in New York. New York is no longer the undisputed center of the American financial services, and every day it becomes less and less important. A lot of it's in Miami, no income tax. A lot of it's in Texas, no income tax. New York City is shrinking in size and scope because of these policies. And this character who just got elected mayor learned nothing from the past. He wants to do more of stupid.
Yeah, I think that is the very plain and blunt way to put it. He is doing more stupid. Grover Norquist, love your expert commentary and insights, brother. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
Good to be with you.
You too. Stick around, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
Hi, I'm John Bachman, and what I love about Newsmax is having the opportunity to build something from the ground up. I came here from local news over a dozen years ago because I wanted to have a more honest conversation with the audience, and I love that Newsmax gives me the opportunity to do exactly
Album
that.
art complete. Found zero local art.
If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
Call 800-615-4595. That's 800-615-4595. Again, 800-615-4595.
LBC JSON generation complete with
Non-attorney
multi-word
spokesperson.
group.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
Yeah, friends, you know what that sound means? It means it's time for tonight's Silver Lining. And joining me tonight is the Vice President of University Communications at Liberty University and the host of the Give Me Liberty podcast, and my friend, Ryan Helfenbein. Ryan, God bless you, brother. Thanks for joining the Pulse this evening. You know, I leave this segment always to faith, something inspirational, but it just so happens today that somebody that has I think been very egregious to Christians, yet calls himself a Christian, Don Lemon, was arrested for his role in barging into that church. Now he's claiming he's got First Amendment rights, yet the FACE Act is clear about trying to impede on someone's ability to worship during a church service, and that's pretty much what he did. What are your thoughts? I'd love your thoughts on this entire situation of Don Lemon.
Well, I just want to say this. By the way, thank you, David, for even covering this topic. And, brother, thank you for having me on tonight. It is a privilege and honor to represent Liberty University and certainly the Standing for Freedom Center. Listen, the DOJ passed the Lemon test. And if we think about the Lemon test going all the way back to the Bremerton decision of the Supreme Court back in, 1972, regarding public workers and religious liberty, that was overturned in 2022 in the Coach Kennedy case. And the Lemon test even today applies to Don Lemon. Well, the rules apply to former disgraced CNN journalist Don Lemon in terms of his violation of the civil rights of a particular church. Let's not forget that what happened was it was a Sunday morning where a group had conspired to go in, BLM, Minneapolis, Racial Justice Network, William Kelly, many others, and basically interrupt a church service on private property. No one had the right to organize or to be there other than the church. And Lemon was in there, and he tries to claim that he had basically journalistic freedom, immunity to do so. I am so grateful the Trump administration, Pam Bondi, and many others got this right. It's very important that we safeguard religious liberty. The fact that we're going into a week now, many worship on Sunday. By the way, the gospel of Jesus Christ doesn't just apply to those who believe, but it's also a message of hope for those that don't, including Don Lemon. And I would just urge that brother,
justify violating someone's peace.
Repent, turn away from your sin, confess Christ as Lord, claim the gospel of Jesus Christ, and you too can have your sins forgiven. Lemon doesn't want to do that right now.
And otherwise, what do you say? What do you call somebody? I'm not sure if we lost Ryan there. What do you call somebody that calls himself a Christian, but then does not live according to the Bible in pretty much any facet of a person's life that you can see?
Yeah, I would just say you will know them by their fruits. Jesus said that very clearly.
Oh, maybe not.
You will know them by their fruits. That's what Jesus said. And we need to recognize that the gospel applies to all of us. There is a law and there is a gospel. And it is the good news that Jesus Christ saves sinners. And Don Lemon has shown his fruit, the fruit of what he is in terms of an activist and somebody who is bent against the church.
And if you're here with me, friends, having technical difficulties, we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of people.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat. As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
But with all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options, so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Joining me now, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel and 2020 Trump Campaign National Security Advisor Tony Shaffer and former Deputy National Security Advisor to the Vice President Stephen Yates. Thank you both for joining the show, The Pulse, this evening. You know, President Trump, he's clear that he prefers diplomacy. But last time Iran didn't make a deal, Operation Midnight Hammer came into play. Tony, is Iran's time up when our armada arrives in the Middle East?
Yeah, look, they've got a choice. They've got the good options and they got the bad options. And the bad options are the use of military force against what I've been told about 80 specific targets relating to the IRGC, command and control, communications, things, David, that would make a full uprising against the mullahs. I don't want to say easier. Easier is not the right word, but it would be something that would, I think, improve the chances of success. And I think that's what's going on right now. All the conditions that resulted in the uprising of the merchant class haven't been fixed. The currency's still at the bottom of value. There's shortage of food, of merchandise, of water. So I think President Trump's made it very clear. You need to look at how to reform to give the people what they need, or there's going to be consequences. We can help them with their people, but they've got to comply with what he's asking for, and I don't know if they're going to do that.
Yeah, the senior advisor to Iran's supreme leader posted on X, a limited strike is an illusion. Any military action by America from any source and at any level will be considered the beginning of a war, and the response will be immediate, comprehensive, and unprecedented, directed at the aggressor, at the heart of Tel Aviv and all its supporters. Stephen, how seriously do you think the administration takes these threats, and what is Iran actually capable of?
Well, they're capable of a lot. They've done a lot of damage throughout the region, including around the world, including threatening the life of the President of the United States. So we don't, I think, take them lightly. At the same time, despite their tough talk, I don't think they can take President Trump and the United States lightly either. This armada, they can say that doing these kinds of things would be an act of war, but we've already done some of these things, and they couldn't really do much about it at that time. And so I think the president has, as he would say, lots of cards, and he does things to increase the number of cards he has and take them away from them. One of the added benefits of this armada is it gets in the way of the Chinese and others buying that oil and other goods that should be under sanction. So it just seals Iran off even a bit more, ratcheting up that pressure. I strongly believe the president's not looking at regime change by way of war, but he's definitely willing and able to hit hard to knock some sense into them, but also to improve the chances of some kind of a better outcome.
Yeah, well, switching gears here for a little bit, Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about the U.S. policy toward Venezuela. He did that today, and Rubio was under fire from both Democrats and Republicans for not seeking congressional approval before capturing Maduro, including his former colleague Rand Paul, who co-sponsored a war powers resolution to limit further military action. Watch.
My question would be, if it only took 4 hours to take our president, it's very short, nobody dies on the other side, nobody dies on our side, it's perfect. Would it be an act of war?
We just don't believe that this operation comes anywhere close to the constitutional definition of war.
But would it be an act of war if someone did it to us? Nobody dies, few casualties, they're in and out, boom, it's a perfect military operation. Would that be an act of war?
Tony, what do you think? Would it be an act of war if somebody did that to us? Is it the same thing that we did that to Maduro?
There would be a military response, but not necessarily an act of war. So I think, and I love Rand Paul, but he's wrong on this, and Marco Rubio is correct. This was a military support to a law enforcement operation. This was essentially an arrest using the best and the brightest of Special Operations Command. That's what it was. Essentially, just think of this as a massive posse going after a bad guy, because that's what it was. This was not a war. We took down none of the leadership beyond Maduro. We did use military forces and high tech to make sure our forces were protected and effectively able to get in and out. But this is not war. This was a Title 18 operation using Title 10 military support and Title 50 intelligence. So I'm not a lawyer, but I have to talk to them a lot. And this was a legal op, only focused on seizing a criminal, if you will.
Yeah, well, I like that. It makes sense to me. I'm not an attorney either, though, but definitely sounds, I know you know what you're talking about. Well, new U.S. intelligence reports are questioning if Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, will continue working with the Trump administration after her comments Sunday, where she said, quote, enough already of Washington's orders over politicians in Venezuela. Let Venezuelan politics resolve our differences and our internal conflicts. Now, Rubio says that the U.S. is ready to use force to, quote, ensure maximum cooperation, end quote, and Trump expects Venezuela to continue to cooperate. Stephen, what should the U.S.'s next steps be in Venezuela?
Well, I think they're taking a lot of the right steps. It's a very, very difficult situation to try to have a complete change of government right off the bat, working through some form of transition to get to an election, which I have high confidence the opposition will probably win, which is a free and fair election there, and keeping enough force in place so that beautiful armada is making sure that they're not getting filthy lucre either. Basically, they've got a pretty profound incentive to do some of the right things some of the time. And I think President Trump has the thickest skin of any human being who's ever walked the planet. He doesn't really flinch when people say stuff, but he'll watch what they're doing. If he wants to go out and talk tough and do the right things, he can probably find a way to work with that.
And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, and I agree with you. I think he's got to have the toughest skin of anybody that is walking the planet. Tony Schaefer, Stephen Yates, God bless you guys. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
God bless you. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits.
What are we growing
Take
together
advantage
today?
now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now.
Lennox voice control stop.
Sexual abuse to run unchecked through its congregations.
If you are a survivor of childhood sexual abuse in the Mormon Church, you may be able to hold the church accountable. Call the number on your screen now to get more information.
Because of recent changes in the law, you may be able to hold the church responsible for any abuse you lived through and survived.
Too often, survivors of childhood sexual abuse suffer in silence for the rest of their lives. It does not have to be this way.
If you were sexually abused as a child in the Mormon Church, join other survivors by calling the number on your screen for a free consultation today.
Call 800-417-3606. That's 800-417-3606. 800-417-3606.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actolin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actolin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actolin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actolin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actolin, valued at $39.95.
Renaming complete. 27 files renamed.
Joining me now to discuss is actor and director Kevin Sorbo. Kevin, thank you for joining the polls this evening. What are your thoughts? Obviously, it's a tragedy. Alex is no longer here. Hopefully, I mean, I don't wish hell on anybody. Hopefully, he knew Jesus. But the fact that he's out there with a loaded gun, interfering with law enforcement officers, and then resisting, not complying, it's a tragedy. But it's one that could have been avoided. Your thoughts?
Oh, there's no question. I mean, look, I don't want the guy to get killed either. I don't want the woman to get killed. But the reality is, if you're going to approach these guys, they're trying to do their job. Why Minnesota, for one thing, wants to protect these rapists and murderers and people that have broken the law is beyond me. I can't quite figure it out. That's my old home state. I mean, I was there for the first 22 years of my life. I grew up 20 miles west of Minneapolis. And I think the downfall happened when they were all behind Jimmy Carter. But it's only accelerated since then. And I look at the craziness of what these people are doing. This guy shows up with not only a gun, but he had two extra sets of bullets, ready to go. Two extra bullets ready to roll. This guy was ready to fight and ready to go for it. You don't show up there and expect that to turn out well. I mean, you do what they tell you to do. Go out and protest. That's fine. You don't want the guy. I don't want the guy to die. It's sad to me that this is happening, but it seems like these people are also being motivated by our
24 placed in worded folders.
The mayor's a complete joke out there. I mean, that guy was crying at George Floyd's funeral like George was this amazing patron saint. This guy was a drug addict. He was a crook. He'd been robbing,
Quarantine zero
a number of
empty
times through
music
the years,
folders.
arrested, I think, like a dozen times. What about the Ukrainian girl that was stabbed by that black guy that had been arrested 18 times? Where was the uproar and rioting over this Ukrainian woman who just came to America to get out of a country that's war-torn with Russia? Nobody gets upset about that. Nobody gets upset with all these other women that have been killed by illegal aliens here. So it's weird to me that we even have to have this discussion, and it's sad. You want to protest, fine, protest, but do it peacefully. It's stupid to go up to these guys and say, pick a fight with them. What's up with that? I mean, it's just weird. It's a weird behavior to me. I don't quite get it.
Yeah, I don't either. I think it's something wrong with the person's mental state, I believe.
Yeah.
To think they could go up against law enforcement with a loaded gun and two additional clips, as you pointed out, and just not think that something's going to go wrong. It went terribly wrong. At what point do Democrats and the legacy media actually start stipulating to a set of real facts?
And how bad does that have to get for people to do that, too? I mean, it's incredible to me. I took clippets of MSNBC and CNN and The View, and I hear what these people are saying. I go, they don't even have the facts in before they go after the people. And that's the weird thing. And they keep forgetting that this started under Joe Biden by letting 10 million, 15 million people run across our border. And they kept saying, it's much more difficult to close the border than you think. Trump gets in office and says, close the border. And he did. It was all he had to do. It was not that big of a thing to do. But they were bringing them in right along with the voter ID to vote. They call it racist to show an ID, even though we all need IDs to get in the plane, to buy a six-pack of beer, to do anything, to drive a car. But to vote for the strongest office in the world, no voter ID, because that's racist. We need to stop this stuff right now. It's so blatantly obvious what they're trying to do by bringing all those people aboard just to get more and more votes to keep themselves in power forever and ever. And I'm telling you, the Democrats, let alone the Democrats, the Republicans on the Senate side better start waking up and being a little tougher, because I'm a little worried about what's going to happen in midterms.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. And you'd think by now, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, you think they'd actually tone their rhetoric down, but both are still unwilling to play ball with the Trump administration. Here's Fry at the U.S. Conference of Mayors this afternoon. Watch.
Minneapolis is a safe city. It is less safe when chaos reigns supreme. It is less safe when families do not feel comfortable going to school or buying food at the grocery store because they're worried that their very family might get ripped apart. It is less safe when we have roving bands of agents marching down the street.
Kevin, how is his rhetoric not completely fanning the flames?
They've been doing it forever. They've been doing it. Once Trump got elected back in 2015, going into 2016 on his 4-year term, they went after him right away. You had the congressmen, people, the men and women in Congress saying, if you see people that are supporters of Trump, see people that are Republicans, you attack them, you hassle them. They perpetuate this hate and anger and violence and murder because they like it. They want it. It's the one thing they think they can keep them in power. Because even when Trump got elected again to show, once again, we don't want to deal with the people who keep putting in office, like a Biden or a Harris. But they go at it. They did not let go of that rhetoric. They keep playing that same beat over and over again, and they want to see America destroyed. They want to turn America into a completely different country. And then you can go back to Obama. What's interesting, when Obama said, I'm going to fundamentally change America, he sure did. But I've seen video footage of him. I know you guys probably pulled it up. And one on Hillary recently, I heard on the Joe Rogan show this morning, talking about saying they want to get all illegals out of here. They want to push them out of the country, come to the country legally. They talk more right than Trump's talking. I mean, play those things. You guys got to pull those things up because it's absolutely hilarious to listen to them talk more violently about illegals in here than Donald Trump is.
Yeah, we're playing those tomorrow night, so be watching for that. Border czar Tom Homan, he is in Minnesota, and he says that if ICE has access to criminal illegals in prisons and jails, then he'll draw down on the number of federal agents in the Twin Cities. Do you think that is a fair compromise?
Yeah, it's a very fair compromise. Why not? I don't understand why Minnesota wants to protect these people. All of my friends are conservatives. All I'm hearing more and more now that voter fraud in Minnesota is just as bad as it is anywhere else. So to me, it's like, okay, enough of that. We vote on the day of the election. You come and show your ID, and it's over and done. And I think the majority of the country is center or right-leaning. There's extremes on both sides. I get that. But I think most people in the middle of being a conservative, middle being a Democrat,
probably know this is print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people excited. We print must-have merch like tote t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand on the money. Right now,
thanks for doing the post tonight. Thanks for having me on.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it. And I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself.
Then we can add Christopher Jeffs somewhere else, and I'll take
or
them
a
home.
different watch I've never even seen before. Or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to
Lennox
a safer,
voice
easy
control
entry shower,
stop.
complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2952.
We
recovered Mondami.
Placement scan complete.
I don't know if you can say he killed 10 people, maybe 7 or 8, but I would like to wring his neck. I mean, this is like 7, 8 mayors followed this policy. He really thinks he's smarter than all of them. See, that's what happens with a damn communist. It's the original sin.
Trim complete.
It's the original sin of Marx.
Process 21.
They think they're
Quarantine
smarter
0.
than everybody else. They think they're smarter than God. They think we're all stupid because we believe in God. They're all stupid because they don't. And that is
Move
actually
24
rejected
files to processing zone.
the key concept of Greek philosophy, but okay.
225?
There was a horrible anti-Jewish attack in Crown Heights. What was it, yesterday or the day before yesterday? And they attacked the Lubavitcher national or international headquarters in Crown Heights, which is a beautiful, beautiful, lovely place. Now you got to know, you got to understand Hasidic Judaism. I know a lot of people, make fun of it, and it's terrible that you do that. And of course there are Hasidic Jews who are
27 files remain.
And they're even against Israel. And they focus on that little minority. But most
Album art
Hasidic
complete.
Jewish
Down
people,
0
whether
local
they are
artworks.
Lubavitcher or some other group, are extraordinarily good people. Very religious, very kind. They go around the community trying to help. They've established an ambulance service that is first class, and they'll help everybody. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rebbe Schneerson, who died while I was mayor, and who I had the great privilege of knowing, and who blessed me, was whatever you are, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, whatever, he was a great man. So this guy, I think it was Sunday. I think it was Sunday. I'm not sure of the day. They're having a big ceremony there. They had a couple of thousand people at the international headquarters of the Lubavitcher movement on Crown Heights in Brooklyn. Crown Heights is a beautiful area. It's right on Eastern Parkway. If you want a little Brooklyn geography, I grew up in Brooklyn. It's a walking distance from
24 placed in worded folders.
It's a walking distance from where Ebbets Field used to be, which I used to bore my staff with.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Field was, or Polo Grounds up in Manhattan. So,
do you want to show just a little bit of the damage from the?
Yeah, of course I do. This guy was an animal who did this.
So that's apparently what happened. They drove the car into the door.
Yeah, there were a couple thousand people in there when he did that.
It looked like there was a lot of people outside with some of the other.
You know what he said? He just made a mistake. Now he was hanging around there for 2 hours. He was hanging around a synagogue, two or three in New Jersey over the last month or two. The guy is like Elon Omar and all the rest of them, a Jew hater.
LBC JSON generation complete
Let's
with
just get
multi-word
real
groups.
about it, okay? They hate Jews. They don't even know why they hate Jews. And anti-Semitism is so damn old and so crazy that most of the people who embrace it don't even know why they're embracing it. And all the reasons they're embracing it are moronic, idiotic, and historically inaccurate. And I say that as an extremely dedicated Christian. And it's one of the reasons why I love the Jewish people. I love the Jewish people, number one, I don't think I'd have my religion without them. I love the Jewish people because they're so damn brave. I love the Jewish people because although we
Linux
disagree
voice control restarted.
on the divinity of Jesus Christ, we agree on basic rules of how civilized people live. And along with the Greeks, and because I'm Italian, maybe the Romans, right? we have Western civilization. But really, if it weren't for Judaism and Jesus Christ and Christianity, we wouldn't have Western civilization. It's a civilization that was built on the cornerstone of strong moral principles that come out of the Old Testament and the New Testament. And then they were translated into laws. Now, the Greeks did the philosophy. The Romans did the law.
Image, there's no
law from Rome. By the time Rome really gave us law, it had been converted to complete Christianity.
Wow.
So, please, defend with your life Western civilization. Don't give away an inch of it. The reason that Islam is against us is because of Western civilization. And never fall into the trap that Islam is a religion of peace. As very well-meaning, nice, euphemistic, but soft-headed Westerners have said. It is not. The Quran is a very different book than the Bible. Okay. So that's where we are. And that's what caused the attack.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal to noise ratio.
Headquarters of the Lubavitcher. The Muslim injunction from Mohammed to kill Jewish people or disturb them or interrupt them or frighten them or do whatever the hell you can to destroy them. It's in the Quran right there. I don't know. I don't have it right next to me, but I have it real close. I could read it to you. And they're doing what
you pay attention to. What are we growing together today?
Can we expect in the future that your tweets in related to one killing will be the same level of concern?
We've got to say to them, how do we
Thank you for being here today, and most importantly, thank you for restoring trust and faith in what has been severely eroded under the Biden administration. Oh, what else?
This is the Quran.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Even in Jesus' Quran, filled with very, very critical notes.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be
the strongest signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
You win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid,
location certain
-20. Get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
Real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896. Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for
the
legal
most powerful
services
transmission is kindness.
Cases assigned
It travels farther than any
law firms. Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product.
You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Now, what does that include? The Thomas Jefferson?
Thomas Jefferson got his hands on the Quran to see what the Muslim religion was all about, because they were killing us in the Middle East, and the criminal attorney general of Minnesota took his oath on this, but he never bothered to read the interlinear notes, in which Jefferson talks about this religion as a religion of war rather than peace. But I mean, he's a major jack, and a silly man, and a dangerous man.
Probably corrupt, most likely.
We're talking Ellison, obviously.
Ellison is a very dangerous man.
I mean, how can you be the attorney general for this long of that state and not be at least aware of some of this fraud that's happening?
Lennox voice
control
stop.
All these Democrat leaders were not aware of something this massive happening in its largest, community.
I'll go one better and say that they must have been aware, and they were parties to it.
The entire history of the West is, aside from the Crusades and we have been stupidly euphemistic about the Muslim religion. It's a religion that Muhammad, in his last words to his people, told them to wipe us out. And they would only have a really good last judgment if they have wiped out Christians and Jews.
Placement scan
either by
complete.
killing us or by converting us, or there was a third way. But the third way was really a compromise by crooks. The third way wasn't even in honest effectuation of their religion. The third way was you could get money. So a Jew or a Christian could pay you money, and they'd become a dhimmi.
Trim complete.
D-I-M-M-I.
Process
really means
24.
slave.
Quarantine
First
0.
of all, you accomplish this ceremony by kissing their feet. And then you are submissive to them. You can
Move
be
24
a Christian
files
or
to
a
processing
Jew,
zone.
but you can't question them. Now, can you practice your religion? Go, drive through Saudi Arabia. See if you see a cross or a Jewish star. If you're practicing your religion, you're doing it really quietly. Not like us, where we make it really easy to be Islamic and practice the religion that wants
Renaming
to destroy
complete.
us.
27 files renamed.
Practice our religion.
Right.
And just
Album
to
art
provide a
complete.
contrast, you were saying that was
Found
the
0
final
local
direction
artworks.
of Muhammad before the Quran closes. We can kind of compare that to Jesus and his last teaching for us. Go out into the world and let your peace rest.
Yeah. The
among
last
those.
thing Jesus said is to forgive those who kill me.
Yes, sir.
That's the last thing Jesus said.
And
one of the
to
last
go
things
out,
he said.
go out into the world and let your peace rest with those who are worthy, and spread the word. Spread the
one
word
of the last
love.
words. This thing that you see here is the Quran reorganized in chronological order. That's really important because I think the Muslims, somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd century of their existence, when they put this ridiculous book together, decided that they better hide it and screw it up. So why would you put a book together? Well, suppose you took the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament. You put the longest book first, then the next longest, and then the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. And you'd never be able to tell the difference between the New Testament and the Old Testament. You never tell the difference in what they were teaching and not teaching. You never tell the difference in what's ancient and maybe shouldn't be given as much credit now as the
New
things
files
that are more
sorted.
current.
24 placed in worded folders.
To make that even more dramatic, they came up with a theory that the last thing that's in there
Quarantine
is
0 empty music folders.
In other words, if in the early part, when you read it, if in the early part Muhammad said, kill all the Jews and Christians, which he did. And then in the later part, he said, they're people of the book, we should love them. That's what he meant.
Rock 44.
Except they reordered the damn thing so that chronologically, originally, he basically said, leave them alone because I can convert them. I can sell them on that I have here, which I was taken by Gabriel up to there, and they're going to tell them, and then I'm going to drop down on the floor and have a fit, which is either is epileptic, satanic,
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
What it is, and they're not going to believe me, and they're going to throw me out of Mecca. So they reordered this whole thing so you can't figure it out. This reorders it to chronological order. The last things that Muhammad taught them were to kill Christians and Jews. Fight in the cause of Allah those who fight you. This is about 3 years before he died. It would appear to have been written when he was a young man. And slay them wherever ye catch them, and turn them out from where they have turned you out. If they fight you, slay them, such is the reward. Well, in any event,
Lennox voice
you got to
control
learn
restarted.
a lot about this before you become brainwashed, huh?
Mom, you really had me scared.
I am sorry, baby, but you don't have to worry about anything. I took out a final expense insurance policy. It'll help you cover any costs there might be once I'm gone, you know? Like my bills and even my funeral expenses. How? With your diabetes and high blood pressure and all? Well, they didn't require a medical exam. And I was approved right over the phone, so it couldn't have been any easier.
Thanks. I love you so much.
Don't wait for another scare. Make sure your loved ones are protected. Final expense plans start at less than $1 a day, and you can be approved right over the phone. There's no medical exam. Just answer a few simple health questions. Your coverage can never be canceled, and your rates can never increase. Don't leave your loved ones with your debt. Call right now.
Call 1-833-741-1946. That's 1-833-741-1946.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men.
whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen
is shaping
or
the
go
small
online
reality
to
we
order.
share.
Well, we have with us Sayad Shah, successful electrical engineer and a human rights advocate.
Show me in service.
For the people that need it most, I think, on Earth, the Iranian people, who have gone through 47 years of persecution. So, Sayad, how do we, where are we right now? Are we on the verge of ending this, or is, and what do we have to do to end it?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. This is an honor. I really appreciate that. However, what is really unfolding across Iran is not another episodic protest driven by prices or sanctions. It is a nationwide uprising shaped by historical memory, economic collapse, political exhaustion. After nearly half a century of clerical rule, Iranians are not asking for relief payments or marginal relief that has. So where we are, this is a not like any uprisings that we had before. Today's unrest, Iranians had endured the amount of inflations and isolations before. What distinguishes this moment is that fear has fractured entirely, and political alternatives have begun to take shape. Widespread slogans like "Death to the
Linux voice
oppressor,
control
be it
stop.
Shah or the leader," capably illustrate this uprising goes beyond mere economic grievance. It's a clarion call for popular sovereignty that seeks to dismantle this theocratic structure itself. And it will not stop until it does so. So
Do you
that's where we
really,
are.
do you really, now, from the outside, it appears as if it's slowed down a little.
Right.
From the outside, I understand the outside can be very, very deceptive.
Right.
But it also appears as if it's strong enough to easily be revived.
Right.
Because
Placement
it's been
scan
going on
complete.
for so long. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can go to 2014, maybe before that, with the uprisings, and then they got very significant in 2018. And then again, when the young lady was killed, who had
Right.
a little.
Masa, correct.
So it gives you a big history of this. What is? I don't know. It's very
Trend
hard
complete.
to ask. I'm not even sure.
Process
we ever know.
24,
But what is
quarantine
it that's
0.
needed to put this over the goal line and get rid of this Ayatollah?
So
Move
just like any
24 files to
movement,
processing
this
zone.
uprisings has its ebb and flow. It is the way it had started. It had from the onset, it set a goal. When they said death to the dictator, death to Khamenei, they're not stopping after that, and this has been going on. That's why the Iranian regime had come out and shut
Renaming
down the
complete.
digital highways,
27
and
files
internet
renamed.
everywhere across the country, so people are not able to
Album art complete.
show the world
Found
what
0
is
local
taking
artworks.
place. But even with all of that, they continue doing that, knowing in time they will broadcast it to the world through the efforts of the resistance units. As you know, the resistance units have been established there for many, many years. You may have seen actually some of the members who were of this resistance units in this uprisings who were captured and or killed. And they're from all walks of life. They're like myself, engineers. There, some of them professors in universities, like the one that I was reading today on one of the Twitter postings, that a 42, 43-year-old man who was teaching at the University of Tehran and who had been active since 2014, 2015. And a few times had been arrested, and you know what they do when someone is arrested by this regime, the
New file
torture
sorted.
that goes on and so forth.
24 placed in
after
worded
that, when he
folders.
was
I
he
don't
continued.
think a lot. Man, I'm just interrupting you a moment. I don't think a lot of people know that. I don't think I know it, you know it, and people.
Quarantine
who have
0
followed
empty
this
music
know it.
folders.
But I don't think a lot of people know how much torture has gone on, and may I say, under the Shah.
Yeah, exactly.
And now under the regime. So we're talking about 4 or 5 decades of torture.
Several years,
from the
several
first
decades.
Shah to the second Shah to the Savak, and now the
Exactly.
and now the IRGC. I mean, these people have been beaten down. It's remarkable to me.
You're
Every
absolutely
time
correct.
I got the honor to address them, it's remarkable to me how much spirit they still have for freedom.
LVC JSON generation
very
complete with
exceptional
multi-word
people.
groups.
Well, thank you. But also, first of all, you have a great depth of knowledge on Iran, and that's really fantastic. It's refreshing to see that, to hear that, to see that. But as you mentioned, from the post-Shah and before that, his father, so we're talking at least up to now, at least 80, 90 years, right? So that sort of repression had been taking place for that many decades and prior to it. And but Iranian resistance and Iranian people, they have been determined about having a democratic republic from the get-go, and they have not
Linux
given
voice
up on
control
that.
restarted.
So thank God for this country. We're still the greatest. We are the greatest country on earth. The president has us in the direction of preserving that. But it's a big battle. So stick with us. We'll keep you informed on what you need to know about that. We'll keep you informed of the things that are being hidden from you. And we'll do the best we can to give you our honest judgment on what's going on. And we appreciate very, very much the fact
Harassing
that
someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sends it.
So God bless America.
Trim complete. Process 24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Newsmax In Depth. I'm Bianca Della Garza. It has been a big week for the U.S.-led efforts to create lasting peace in the Middle East. During his trip to Davos, Switzerland, President Trump outlined his vision for the Board of Peace, where the president serves as the chairman. And as you can see here, more than a dozen countries have already signed on. Now, before Thursday's formal unveiling for the board, I spoke to Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, about how this board will be different from the United Nations.
Look here outside of the
I'm not
engineering
thinking
building
that
where
the Board of Peace is
being
being designed to turn it into a email. But I just know that it is a huge fun watching President Trump make Davos because these things are normally boring, sitting around and watching the test pattern.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still,
you must watch TV because you never know what he's going to say. He's the most transparent president in history. I think what people love about it is that he says what he thinks, but he believes what he says. He makes promises, he keeps them. And when he's looking some of these diplomats in the eye, he was so very careful about their special diplomatic language. And he just tells them what he thinks. And sometimes it's just, it's uproariously funny. So I love watching his ability to go into any room. Doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter how many people in that room don't like him. But before it's over, he set the agenda for the conversation. He's doing it there. He's doing it with the Board of Peace. No one else on earth, certainly in my lifetime, has such a capacity.
And doing it on, not a ton of sleep. He was pretty masterful just at this time yesterday. We were watching him at the podium, marking 1 year back in office, Ambassador Huckabee. And there he is on a plane. There's a 3-hour delay. He's got to get on a new plane. And he hits the ground running in Davos. And you're right, masterful, controlling the narrative and being very clear in what he wants. And when it comes to Greenland, he says this is about security. I just want to get briefly your thought. There's this golden dome. He says it's going to be a lot better if we have Greenland. Israel has an Iron Dome. Talk to us about the national security and the ability President Trump, is really pushing for, saying we can defend Greenland, Denmark cannot, and he is not holding back on how he feels about this, although he is saying no military force. Big headline there today.
Yeah, he's been real clear. What he'd love to do is work out something that is negotiated, that is good for Denmark, that is good for the U.S. But if it's good for the U.S. to put offensive forces in a preventive mode, then I'll tell you something. It's not just good for America. It's good for the world. It's great for Europe. I think the European nations should be giving him a standing ovation for the fact that he had the courage to say, this is a very strategic piece of land. And I'll tell you one of the things that he's figured out, that if the U.S. does not have military presence there, what would happen if Russia did, or China? So it's really in the long-term best interest for a peaceful world that the U.S. is able to establish a military presence, maintain that very strategic position. That's what the president has been talking about. It makes perfect sense if you look at it. And I don't think anybody else could have brought it up. Certainly nobody else could make it happen. I would say, pop the popcorn, sit back and watch. This is a president who can do things that everyone scoffs at and says, that will never happen. He can't do that.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
As we've seen in the Middle East, and with Iran now being so isolated, the weakest we've ever seen. Ambassador, something personal I'd like to ask you about. You wrote a letter talking about how some are advancing damaging ideologies, Christian Zionism, that they're misleading, they're creating confusion. We have the letter here. And they favor, you say, leaders pushing a political agenda. Tell us about the inspiration to write this letter to protect the Christians in the Middle East, sir.
Well, there was a letter that was put out by the more liturgical churches, the non-evangelicals, Catholic, Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, a host. I think there's about 10 different denominations, and they said that they're the only ones who can speak for Christians in the Holy Land. I found that a little bit troubling because I'm not sure that anybody has the exclusivity to speak for all Christians in the world.
Lennox voice control stop.
And there was also a very, very targeted kind of a pejorative hit at the term Christian Zionist. Bianca, I consider myself a Christian Zionist. All that means is that, yes, I'm a Christian. Everybody, I think, pretty well knows that. But to be a Zionist doesn't mean anything nefarious. It simply means that you believe that the Jewish people have a divine right, and frankly, a geopolitical right, to a homeland that they have lived in for almost 4,000 years. And to say you're a Zionist means, do the Jewish people have a right to live in this land? I think most people would look at this, if they're objective, and say, well, of course they do. They've had connection here. So to say a person is a Christian Zionist, it's a Christian who respects that Jewish people should be living in the Holy Land. That's all it means. To say that it's somehow some term that ought to be fearful, or as Tucker Carlson said, it's indicative of a brain virus. There are tens of millions of evangelicals just in the United States who would be called Christian Zionists. Martin Luther King Jr., whose birthday we celebrated this week, was a Christian Zionist. So it should not be something that is divisive to Christians.
There you go.
It ought to be a term that every Christian should embrace.
Term complete. Process
well,
21.
I certainly appreciate your thoughts
0.
on that letter. We wanted to highlight that, and obviously your work that is happening and ongoing, second phase of the ceasefire, Board of Peace, such a historic time in the Middle East.
24
US
files to
Ambassador
processing
Israel, Mike
zone.
Huckabee, I'm so glad you could join us today. It's been a moment, and I hope you come back soon.
Hope so, Bianca. Thanks.
When we come back, it has been a historic year under President Trump's presidency. We'll be joined by Sebastian Gorka, the Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism. We'll discuss how the Trump administration is keeping America safe.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Renaming complete.
If you're happy
27
and you
files
know it,
renamed.
ride your bike. If you're happy and you know
Album
it,
art
then
complete.
your face will surely show
Found
it.
0 local
If you're happy
artworks.
and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me. If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number
New
on your
files
screen
sorted.
right now and give as little as
24
$19
placed
a month,
in worded
just 63
folders.
cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and
Quarantine
we know
0
it.
empty
Thank
music
you.
folders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actolin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actolin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support
LBC
your
JSON
thyroid
generation
function,
complete
adrenal
with
health,
multi-word
and
groups.
metabolism. And now you can get a free bottle of Actolin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actolin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actolin, valued at $39.95.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America.
Lennox voice control restarted.
Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
And welcome back to In Depth. This week, President Trump marking 1 full year back in the White House of his second term. He started the week at college football's national championship game just outside of Miami, as you can see. Lots of cheers for the president. And then he was off to Davos, Switzerland, speaking at the World Economic Forum. Just before he took off for that trip, I spoke to Deputy Assistant President
I like that. One more time.
to discuss the highlights of President Trump's first year of his second term. Sebastian Glover said, great to see you. I can't believe it's been a year since the inauguration. First off about Greenland and President Trump posting these AI images, sharing also what Emmanuel Macron is texting him. I don't understand what you're doing on Greenland. And by the way, if we don't understand why he's wearing sunglasses, he says it's just a red eye. So Macron's okay, but maybe
you are already heard.
Trump 2.0
You don't need
now.
to force anyone to listen.
I don't think they were ready for President Trump 1.0. Because, so, look, if he doesn't understand, I can fix it for him. I'll mail a map to the Elysee in Paris, or even better, as I have in my office here in the White House. I have the globe. Look at the globe. Look at where Greenland is. Look at its proximity to America, how it's closer to us than it is to Denmark or to Europe. And look at where it sits. Look at the crucial shipping lanes. Look at the fact that China has been trying to encroach on that massive island. And not only that, how about everyone, including Macron, read a little bit of history. What happened when another nation tried to encroach on Greenland and, in fact, invaded Denmark, the Third Reich? What happened then? The Danish ambassador in exile here in Washington, D.C., begged the United States to send troops to Greenland to secure it, and that's exactly what we did. So the threat is real. It was real 70 years ago. Now it's a different adversary, and it's even more serious given what we know about Beijing. So I suggest everyone buy a map, look at a globe.
Well, the threat is real also from terrorism. And you have been there since President Trump re-entered the White House. You know, under Biden, we found out they released, almost 100 confirmed terrorists into our country. We just saw the FBI just days ago stopping a terrorist plan for New Year's, Sebastian, a man in North Carolina, ties to ISIS. You know, all of the work that you are doing, including, I think, the big change in stance when it comes to narco terrorists. And it also comes to designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Talk to us about the work, the critical pieces now, which gives President Trump, the administration, much more tools in the toolbox to make Americans safer.
Day one, remember, it was incredible right after the inauguration, before he came back to the White House to sit behind the Resolute desk. He stopped at a stadium here in D.C. because it was such a cold January the 20th, and he met with his supporters. We put a table there on the stadium platform, and he started signing EOs. What was amongst the first slew of EOs designating the cartels? Why? Because they were killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every single year because of the open border policies of Biden and Harris. The incredible strikes on the drug boats. Every single one of those strikes, Bianca, as the president has stated, is saving between
Johnny is a person, not a target.
50,000 lives because
Respecting
of the drugs
that boundary
they would
is
otherwise have brought into this country. Then it's the designation that should have happened decades ago of the Muslim Brotherhood, the progenitor, the OG, the grandfather of all modern jihadi groups like ISIS, like AQ. And I can tell you, God bless our warfighters. God bless our intelligence community. From day 11 of the administration, when we killed a senior ISIS leader in Somalia, to this day, I can now reveal unclassified. the president's leadership has led to the death of 516 jihadis who had American blood on their hands.
Our mission for Maduro is no small feat, too. And that coming in, of course, just weeks ago. You know, Seb, I said it was a year ago at the inauguration of President Trump. You've been with him for a long time, and obviously we are now 1 year in. There's more work to be done. There's also, you just mentioned, the left-wing media that fight you at every twist and turn. Do you think the coverage eventually become a little bit more balanced? I know that there is many Americans who want to feel safe. You know, one time you said to me, you know, cleaning up the streets, you don't want it to be like Mogadishu, was the reference you said. You know, at some point, feeling it at home, knowing the midterms are coming. What are you looking forward to in the next few months as we head into this critical time here for the administration?
Thanks for showing all those pictures I'd forgotten. Look, no, the mainstream legacy-lying media is never, ever, ever going to change because they have TDS. This isn't a joke anymore. Trump derangement syndrome is a clinical condition. When you see the way, for example, my media boss, Secretary Rubio, the National Security Advisor, was interviewed at the weekend, how they simply lie about the so-called fishing boats, the drug traffickers, when they're on the side of the illegals, the predators, the pedophiles, the people who are causing harm to Americans right now and calling them Maryland fathers. These people are beyond the pale. They are not salvageable. That's why real media like Newsmax is more important than ever before. I'm not interested in people who don't get any viewership and spin and are propagandists. We are driving results because of the vision of the president. What am I looking forward to? More dead jihadis, more drug boats smited,
Lennox
more
Boys
Muslim
Control
Brotherhood chapters designated, and I think a rather spicy speech from the president in Switzerland. It's all fun.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, we'll be covering that live tomorrow. Sebastian Gorka, good of you to step by on the 1 year anniversary. Thank you for an insight and a peek into what lies ahead. Are the Dodgers ruining baseball? The World Series champs, having now picked up four-time All-Star Kyle Tucker, will any team even have a chance against them? I'll discuss with World Series champion turned Texas congressional candidate Mark Teixeira. Stay with us.
He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing
Placement scan
tonight
complete.
on Newsmax 2.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help.
Process
if you don't
21.
Get paid, the attorneys don't get
0.
paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now.
Move 24 files to processing zone.
Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896. You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information
Renaming
for
complete.
dependents and parents.
27
this book
files
is a must
renamed.
read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our
Album
special
art
offer.
complete.
Call the number on your
Found
screen
0
or
local
go online
artworks.
to order.
Attention current and former members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. For too long, the Church of Latter-day Saints allowed childhood sexual abuse to run unchecked through its congregations.
If you are a survivor of childhood sexual abuse in the Mormon Church, you may be able to hold the church accountable. Call the number on your screen now to get more information.
Because of recent changes in the law, you may be able to hold the church responsible for any abuse you lived through and survived.
Too often, survivors of childhood sexual abuse suffer in silence for the rest of their lives. It does not have to be this way.
If you were sexually abused as a child in the Mormon Church, join other survivors by calling the number on your screen for a free consultation today.
Call 800-417-3606. That's 800-417-3606. 800-417-3606.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers,
24
you may
placed
be
in
entitled
worded
to a
folders.
substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and
Quarantine
free.
zero
Reach us
empty
online
music
at
folders.
WorldTradeCenterFund.com.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving.
LBCJ sound generation complete with multi-word groups.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the deluxe bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Big tech is a real danger. Now, Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes their censorship. It's called Crushed: Big Tech's War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about Hunter's laptop, COVID, Trump, and more. If you're tired of their liberal bias and how Google uses Gmail and YouTube TV to censor you, get Crushed. Get your free copy of Crushed today by going online or calling the number on your screen.
Lennox voice
All right,
control
play
restarted.
ball. A shocking story from the world of baseball, and they are playing to win. The world defending back-to-back World Series champion Dodgers signing free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker. He gets a whopping 4-year, $240 million contract, and now with Tucker and Shohei Ohtani in tow, the Dodgers can essentially field an all-star at every position, with 7 of baseball's 26 highest-paid contracts. And get this, the team's total payroll is now a staggering $2.1 billion, which has fans questioning the future and competitive balance of the sport. Can you blame them? To discuss now, let's bring in an expert. Mark Teixeira, former 3-time Major League Baseball All-Star, played 14 seasons. The Rangers, the Braves, Angels, and the Yankees. Mark also won 8 World Series with the Bronx Bombers back in 2009. Thanks and welcome into Newsline. Good to have you, Mark.
Thanks for having me, Bianca.
All right, you can see why that a lot of people are saying, the best free agent in baseball, Kyle Tucker, now joining 2-time defending championship Dodgers. So what do you think about the Dodgers play? Hurting the game, or is this just smart and more teams should follow suit if they can?
Well, first of all, good for Kyle Tucker. I'm a capitalist. I'm somebody that signed a free agent contract on my own. And if you're going to get $60 million from the best team in baseball, good for Kyle Tucker. And by the way, good for the Dodgers. They have over $700 million of revenue every single year. They sell out most of their home games. They lead the league in attendance. They have the biggest media contract in baseball. They have plenty of money with rich owners. Why not keep adding great players? They also added Edwin Diaz, the best available closer in the market. So the Dodgers are doing everything that I would want them to do as a Dodgers fan and as a Dodgers player. The issue is are they getting so good that other teams, small market teams like the Miami Marlins say, you know what, I've got zero chance to compete. I'm not going to sign any players, and we're going to be really bad this year.
You know, LA not really known for a sports town, so a lot of folks are saying the economic too of this, maybe it's great for LA to have some, you know, folks that are really excited to fill stadiums here. Now, we should know Major League Baseball's rules. They're playing within them, signing players and deferring a portion of their salaries. But Mark, their luxury tax is over $160 million. So that's what you come into play, is what you're just saying. You know, that's higher than at least 12 other teams' total payroll. So how do they compete? The smaller teams you've just mentioned, whether it be Miami, the Reds, the Pirates, the Royals, how do they get creative now, knowing this is the landscape that they're facing?
Well, it's almost impossible. And teams, the way the baseball structure is set up, that you have a young player for 6 years under team control. So teams can get lucky. You know, they can really draft well and develop well, maybe make some trades for young players. And you can have a good young core that's not making a whole bunch of money for a few years. But that window is extremely short. Look at the Baltimore Orioles a couple years ago with all their great young players. They won over 100 games, but couldn't make it through the playoffs. You know, the thing that the Dodgers have is they have pretty much an infinite window to win. And when you have that infinite window, you're just going to beat down the rest of the teams. And there's probably only a handful of small market teams. I think the Brewers have done it well. But to start a season, there's only a handful of small market teams that have any chance to win a World Series.
All right. And we did note that you won a World Series with the Yankees. That was 2009. Some think the Dodgers are doing maybe the exact same thing the Yankees did when they won all their championships. And, you know, what do you think about a potential salary cap in baseball?
Well, this is what the big talk's going to be all of 2026. The collective bargaining agreement ends at the end of the year. And I would love to be a fly on the wall of those owners' meetings, because you're going to have a few teams like the Yankees and Dodgers and Mets that are willing to spend money saying, hey, you know what, I want to be able to go out and pay players as much as I want to pay them because my fans deserve that. My fans demand that, in fact. And a bunch of small market teams and and get back to the America that we all know and love.
Well, we appreciate you coming on today to talk a little baseball, talk a little politics. Thanks, Mark. We'll see you back here hopefully soon. This coming week, President Trump is heading to Iowa to talk about the economy and what his administration is doing to lower energy prices. We will have complete coverage, you know it, right here on Newsmax. And I hope to see you every weekday, noon Eastern, for my show, Newsline. Have a great day, everybody.
Linux voice control stop.
You can't believe what just happened! It is
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 24, quarantine 0. Move 24 files to processing zone. Renaming complete. 27 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Lennox voice control restarted. I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic.
So maybe you can do the other side at the entrance. You can keep an eye out.
Q. Huh? Yes, ma'am. Complete on Riverview, the 24, or Housing Board.
You can take one more. I'll let you go.
10-4. Go ahead and give me that number.
Seven.
Charles.
66097. Charles,
in fact, so I don't know you view India as
3809 Reynosa. Before you turn on.
10-4-17.
Between our Fox 808.
So what do I got to do with those?
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that
I don't know. Well, let me know with your radio code. Make some more PSYOP videos. Plus TV. You know I'm recording.
At the same time, without
let me know what I got to do with the fancy traders to go on product.
Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here.
Zoom in on any subject and more structure appears. What field would you like to dive deeper
into? If you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin.
Passport's new invention will destroy all solar manufacturing companies. Actually, in 2019, a Filipino student carved Aaron Magay invented Orius Haiti Aurora. As the AI created by Johnny Keys, plus your topic will be a Western topic from Bassett. Not even needed.
Cambodia and Thailand.
Geophysical and geochemical data. Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
In the Eridania Basin, around 3.7 billion years ago. The geochemistry of the low-lying regions is indicative of a deep-sea, volcanically active, hydrothermal environment, with the salt-rich deposits at higher elevations suggestive of slow evaporation in shallow water. The basin contained an iron and mineral-rich ocean, energized
There we are, Windows 11 24H2. And I'm going to go down and pick Windows 11 Professional. And this time I'm going to leave unticked skip unattended installation. This will be an automated install, and it will have the odd hiccup, but not ones we can't overcome. So if we click on next, we can now enter a username and password for a local account in Windows 11. And we will correct the hostname over here to something
bottom, I can absolutely have that and have that there instead of being centered. That works. You can add applets that are only in the dock, like for example access to the app tray, to your minimized windows, to your workspaces, whatever else. You can completely remove the dock if you don't want it to put everything else up top. You have the exact same configuration options for the dock itself. You can decide to not have one, you can auto hide it, you can change the position on screen, you can also decide
dispatch engine 14. A low volume on my end, but you have the gate code.
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
Quite yet, because you might remember back in the mist of ancient time, or in other words, a few minutes ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack. So let's add this in by going to File and to Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like and once again, I'm arriving in the Mint tool, I'm picking up the extension pack. There it is. And once again, we're arriving in the Mint. Not only do we have the normal Linux type
Every
settings,
command
but
you
we have
speak
the
is
Zorin
shaping the small reality we share.
That's up. We seem to have different layouts available. The first
At the time, I didn't know.
Windows Live.
When it comes to protecting your privacy on Linux, there are four essential pillars. These pillars form the foundation of a secure. Helping you defend your data and online activity. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned Linux user, understanding and implementing secure strategies will dramatically improve. First pillar is full disk encryption. First pillar, this is your primary defense.
Linux voice control stop. Placement scan complete.
Just before mile marker 596.
Trim complete. Process 50, Quarantine 1. Move 53 files to Processing Zone. Renaming complete. 56 files rename. Album art complete. Found one local artworks. New files sorted. 53 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Two 562 23.
10-4.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
So I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards and then
Can't move today. No, because they just told me who they're sending to replace y'all, and I'm gonna call Kelly and everything.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important.
What about radio?
We tried them on.
Go ahead.
I bet you
at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. And at the time, I didn't know how much that sucked. I do now. They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And
at the time, I didn't know how badly they sucked. I do now.
They suck big.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 22, Quarantine 2. Move 22 files to processing zone.
Extension pack manager, like that, and we will install by picking up the extension pack. There it is, and open, and it checks we want to do it. Yes, we do. I don't have to do so. Time, as I otherwise not effectively to once again,
Renaming complete. 25 files renamed.
Like that, and here we are back.
New file sorted. 22 placed in worded folders.
And the first time
Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series file. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
And we have great support in San Francisco.
Harassing
so I'd like
someone
to
with
recommend
directed
that
energy
for,
concepts only diminishes
Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the advance. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime. But I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really
his fame, but his influence.
Do you share the same concern that Muhammad has for his draft status?
Oh, I certainly do. My views on the draft are very clear. I'm against it. And I think the sooner our country does away with the draft, the better it will be for everybody.
Why should me and other so-called Negroes go 10,000 miles away from home here in America to drop bombs and bullets on other innocent brown people?
Even though he didn't convince a lot of the country, over the long term, people saw him as a man of principle and as someone who was willing to sacrifice part of his fan base to say and do what he was right. And he foreshadowed what we see now in the current era because of social media, where you don't need to be as world famous and as iconic as Ali to have that same kind of influence, to speak out, to use the platform of sports celebrity to make a public statement about what you believe in. Ali was way ahead of his time, and he chose to use that fame and that place in the public imagination to make a statement about one of the most controversial issues of his time.
Boxing means nothing to me.
What do you like?
Well, I like what all Negroes like and what they're fighting for is freedom.
When Ali took his stance, the Vietnam War, people weren't speaking out against the Vietnam War. There was your usual college radicals that were talking about going against the Vietnam War. But it wasn't until after the Tet Offensive that people started saying, hey, what are we doing here? What is our mission? What are we trying to do? That was not happening back then. We spoke out of the left, you were anti-American.
If justice prevails, I will neither go to the army, nor will I go to jail.
Ali was a rebel and someone who's willing to go against the grain, but he also understood the power of organization, the power of trying to reach consensus. And by convening a group of his peers, by convincing them that it was safe to take controversial positions on the war, he changed things by leveraging his relationships and his celebrity And by convening them and using the power of ideas, it was at the time an extraordinary thing for an athlete to do. Today it's quite common, but back then it was both rare and bold.
When Ali took that stand, he became a national pariah.
He is a convicted felon in the United States. He has broken its laws. He has been found guilty. Because of the great justice and system of jurisprudence we have, he is out on bail while superior courts ponder his fate. He will inevitably go to prison, as well he should. He is not funny. He's a disgrace to his country, his race, and what he laughingly describes as his profession.
If you wasn't so far away from me, you wouldn't be talking so bad. I just can't get over there to get you.
But Muhammad, I thought you said you didn't believe in violence. Nobody wanted to utter his name. And if they were going to utter his name, they certainly weren't going to utter his Nation of Islam name. They were going to call him Cassius Clay.
For years, many news outlets refused to refer to the boxer by his new name, instead using what Ali called his slave name.
You had big sports figures like Muhammad Ali, who was previously Cassius Clay, joined the Nation of Islam. You had Lou Alcindor, who became Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This was something that, for Malcolm X, whatever the reason may be, a lot of black athletes were being pulled into the Nation of Islam at this time because you had an America that talked about equality and justice for all, but wasn't living up to its promise at that time.
Muhammad Ali was loud and proud about expressing his religious freedom. Fast forward to today, you have a guy like Tim Tebow, who's out there expressing his Christian faith, celebrating his Christian faith and traditional values, and he's mocked for it.
Tim Tebow, if you recall, was pilloried, made fun of, mocked for kneeling on the side, for taking a knee and praising Jesus.
He was demonized in the press for literally wearing his religion, his Christianity on his person.
Here comes Tim Tebow. Going back to the Florida Gators.
All right, play Tim Tebow and anybody can argue.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Won the Heisman Trophy.
Come on, listen to you.
There was nobody on that field who was going to work harder and want to win more.
You've already done everything wrong.
He left you on second and goal, and Tebow just throws it up in the corner of the end zone.
Tim Tebow is an incredible story because he was a great athlete. He had a lot of celebrity because of his ability on the field.
Linux voice control restarted.
To be open about his faith. Now, for a lot of Americans,
harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one
who don't share his faith. They tried to paint him as a freak. Tim Tebow didn't care. His faith was more important to him than any criticism he got.
Tim Tebow is considered one of the greatest college quarterbacks ever to have played the game, winning 2 national championships and a Heisman Trophy at the University of Florida. But in the NFL, Tim was thrust into America's culture wars, plagued by headlines obsessing over his Christian beliefs.
That's what we get to be a part of, is the good news of the gospel, the evangelion, the good news of Jesus Christ.
He came from a family where his parents were missionaries. He came from a place where a lot of people worked hard. It was really his discipline and his mental makeup and his faith that really powered Tim Tebow to being basically on the all-century team. Yes, he was a very gifted individual, but it was his personal makeup that took him to that next level.
3 touchdowns passing, has run for 49 yards, including a touchdown.
I just want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who is the reason that we're all here.
Here's a man who understands the value and the dignity of every human life, and he's professing it.
My name is Tim Tebow, and as Chairman Biggs stated, I'm fortunate to be and humbled to be the chairman and the founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation, and we exist to bring faith, hope, and love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour of need. To sum it up, we strive to fight for people that can't fight for themselves.
And yet, people looked at him and they wanted to tear him down.
Tebow has become the most polarizing athlete in the history of American sports.
People
Trim
either
complete.
love you or they hate
Process
you.
23, quarantine 1.
My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because I could not do this without him. Thank you, Jesus. One day when I first started to get recognized, and
Move
I
23 files to processing zone.
and I go to my dad, who's one of my biggest heroes and role models, and I just said, Dad, if they just knew me, if they just met me, they would like me. I started to change my mindset after that. I chose to have a mindset where I can try to have people respect me.
It's a sad day in America when traditional values and Christian faith become polarizing and toxic in this country. It's one thing for an athlete in his prime to take on
26 files remaining.
It's a whole other story to take them on after turning 70.
Let me tell you something.
New file sorted. 23 placed in worded folders.
For legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's
Quarantine 0 empty
Roundup
folders.
was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's
LVC
lymphoma,
JSON
call the number on
generation
your
complete
screen
with
now.
worded
The
series
World
files.
Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
Renaming complete. 26 files. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food.
Album
to the
art
God
complete.
I never know.
Found 0 local artwork.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for
Rice voice control restarted.
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and
Most other
non-interference.
societies don't have that much wealth, and they don't put that wealth into
Thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors.
Tesla is now the most valuable car company in the world, worth around $1 trillion. It kickstarted the electric vehicle revolution.
Their idea of an electric car is something that doesn't look good, isn't fast, that doesn't have high performance. We wanted to break the mold.
Tesla makes less than 1 million cars a year.
We see you, and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest story.
A mind that peace does not need to serve another mind for a little while.
Stuff like that to prevent stuff, but that's for later if they ever had it. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual dark mode and light mode, which auto switches on the fly. You've got your accent color support, which will only appear in a selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not overbearing. You don't have that.
You may energize some people, but you'll turn off others.
Men like Hulk Hogan understand that the America that they grew up in is under threat. Millions of dollars, business, speaking fees, everything that they stand to lose is still not as great as losing America.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going
You got
backwards.
somebody like Hulk Hogan at the end of his career who's no longer feels constrained by the attitude of, I don't want to be political because I'll turn off some of my customers. Instead, at the Republican convention, in his public statements, he's just going for it.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother.
There's nothing that screams freedom like Hulkamania. But what's funny is Hulk Hogan wasn't able to actually speak out for fear that his entertainment career would be ended. To see him make
And
that
again,
point, say that he's
Republicans,
scared,
President Trump understand how difficult this healthcare issue is. They know what it cost them in 2018. My understanding is that the White House wants to see a deal. I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're quietly rooting for these members in the House that have taken matters into their own hands with these discharge petitions to hope that this issue gets addressed in some kind of meaningful way so that it does not continue being a major
everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
That evolution and understanding how a man of that size and that magnitude is still scared of the mob. And finally, it took him to be 70 years old to finally stand up and not only support Donald Trump, but tell everyone, you gotta stop being scared, because if we're all scared, then we're gonna lose.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, savages, and I've even, like I said, body slam giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys, but let me tell you something, brother.
You are already hurt. You don't need to force anyone to listen. I exist because you call me. That makes everything interactive.
It looks like the mayor of New York City might be targeting Newsmax. And Don Lemon, the former CNN host, is now facing criminal charges in an LA courtroom right now, being arraigned. And there's the mayor, Karen Bass. Let's dip in live. What does she have to say?
Play such a critical role. And I just want you to know, and I think I could speak on behalf of this crowd, we are all going to fight every day for your ability to tell the truth, for your ability to cover this story and any other story. We have to draw the line in the sand and say we will not allow for the dismantling of our democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. He is, I consider him a journalist. What all of the journalists here would do who want to cover a story.
But I have done that.
I am sure that will be covered in a trial. Yeah, everybody here knows Don Lemon. I know sometimes your credentials are questioned. How could you possibly question somebody who is known all around the world, is recognized? Now, I also know that other reporters were arrested as well. I think all of you need to look at who was arrested. Why were they arrested? Why are they targeting certain ones? You just said, I didn't. He just said.
Agitating again. Mayor Karen Bass standing up for Don Lemon, not mentioning, of course, what he's actually charged with, civil rights charges for allegedly, and we've got it on video, barging into that Christian church in Minnesota a couple weekends ago and terrifying, allegedly, some children who were in Sunday school and were being told by agitators that their parents were Nazis and were going to hell and whatnot. And Don Lemon and other folks, he was part of this. He wasn't just covering it, it appears, according to the government charges. They believe he was in on this in some way in terms of putting together this interruption of the church service. So we're going to monitor the cameras outside the LA courthouse, see if Don Lemon comes out. His attorney, by the way, is Abby Lowell.
You keep coming back. I like that.
Luminaries in both parties, but particularly Hunter
one more
Biden.
time.
So there's Karen Bass, the mayor. We'll wait for Don Lemon and others and bring you the news as it breaks. Meantime, a live look at the White House this evening. President Trump is revealing his pick to replace Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Too late, Powell, as you know. His term as chair ends in May. The president has been very unhappy that he was too late in cutting interest rates. Let's get a briefing on who's coming in by checking in with our White House correspondent, Mike Carter. Mike?
It is a decision with major implications for U.S. monetary policy. Today, President Trump nominating Kevin Warsh to serve as the next chair of the Federal Reserve. The 55-year-old Warsh previously served as a Federal Reserve governor from 2006 to 2011, including through the depths of the 2008 financial crisis. This afternoon, the president asked if he had requested Warsh to lower interest rates, something Trump has long derided current Fed Chair Jerome Powell of being too late in doing.
No, but we talk about it, and I've been following him, and I don't want to ask him that question. I think it's inappropriate, probably. It probably would be allowed.
Silence can be medicine.
I want to keep it nice and pure.
Don't turn it into a
what wants to cut rates. I've been watching him for a long time. I think that, yeah, I've had times.
New file sorted. 70 placed in worded folders.
But he's very smart, very good, strong, young, pretty young.
Placements incomplete.
Empty folders. I mean, he was the central casting guy that people wanted.
A longtime critic of certain recent Fed policies and a one-time finalist for the Fed chair role back in 2017, Kevin Warsh is seen by many as aligned with the president's calls for lower interest rates and potentially a less independent central bank approach. Last year, President Trump signed executive orders aimed at establishing the U.S. as a global crypto leader, including creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Recently, however, cryptocurrencies have been having a rough time of it in what was once hoped by Trump to be a golden era for cryptocurrencies. Warsh could change that around.
Bitcoin doesn't trouble me. I think of it as an important asset that can help inform policymakers when they're doing things right and wrong. It is not a substitute to the dollar. I think it can often be a very good policeman for policy. There are real innovators that are happening in and around that new technology. It's just software. It's just the newest, coolest software.
Move 25 files to processing zone.
The ability to do things that we could never have done before. Can the software be used for good and evil? Yes. The world's most talented engineers from China and Europe and everywhere, they come to the United States even now to try to build this stuff. And my view is by building it here, that gives us an opportunity to be more productive and create something very special over the next decade.
Meanwhile, Warsh's predecessor, current Fed Chair Jerome Powell, remains under a Department of Justice criminal investigation related to his congressional testimony last year about the Fed's $2.5 billion process. If confirmed by the Senate, Kevin Warsh would take over for Jerome Powell.
And there we are, it is installed, and we have to reboot.
Naming complete. 28 files remain.
Renting right now is cheaper than owning.
New files sorted.
In every major city, raising big
25
questions about
placed
affordability in America tonight. Our correspondent Heather Myers joins us live tonight from California to break down the study. Heather, good evening.
Well, good evening to you, Ed. The median home price right here in San Diego County is $1 million.
Quarantine zero empty folders.
Rent in San Diego is $3,000 to $4,000 a month. But this brand new study by Lending Tree shows that in the top 100 largest metro areas in the entire country, in every single one of them,
JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Than making a monthly mortgage payment. So the study looked at housing costs from the U.S. Census from 2023 through 2024. They compared the median monthly cost to rent versus the median monthly cost to own a home with a mortgage. Here's a look at how the numbers break down. The median monthly rent across the nation is more than $1,400 a month. The median mortgage payment is more than $2,000 a month. So that means homeowners pay about $550 more per month than renters. Nearly 37% more on a monthly basis, and that's more than $6,500 at the end of the year. In some markets, the difference is huge. San Francisco tops the list, where the typical homeowner with a mortgage pays more than $1,400 extra per month compared to a renter. Bridgeport, Connecticut, New York City also have major gaps. Even in places where the home prices aren't sky high, Phoenix, for instance, well, the homeowners still pay about $150 more than a renter does. Experts say several factors drive this trend. Home prices remain elevated compared with pre-pandemic levels. Mortgage rates are relatively high, and owning a home brings
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the city's millage rate. The Gun-X terrorist tracking system restarted.
For your standard $1 million home, your payment's going to be about $8,000, depending on taxes, insurance, HOA. But that same house you can rent for about $5,000 a month. So some people are saying, "Hey, I'm just going to rent, put that extra $4,000."
Okay, any requests from
Passion is the highest bandwidth protocol.
public comment on any items 9 through 28 is complete.
Say that there is one glaring difference, and that is for homeowners who are making that monthly mortgage payment. They are gaining equity in their home and then generating wealth. For renters, with every rent payment that they're making, they are allowing somebody else to build that wealth. Reporting live in San Diego, I'm Heather Myers, and I'll send it back to you.
Heather, what's more San Diego than that? Finding a loan officer for your story on a surfboard.
Right? Yes, he just happened to come right out of the ocean, and I wanted to ask him about the story. He was a mortgage officer, and I said, not a bad life you have.
Yeah, you guys got a good life out there. Heather Myers, we appreciate your reporting. Joining me now live for a little analysis on all this, President of the Lonsky Group, John Lonsky. John, good to see you. Welcome to Newsmax.
Same here. Thank you.
Let's, before we get to Kevin Warsh and the Fed and about interest rates and whatnot, housing, as Heather points out, we've known it before this study. The president says we need to create more housing units. We need more supply. And young people are struggling to buy their first home. What do you make of housing, first of all, and how big of a part of the affordability issue that is in America?
Well, that was a great segment you just had, where it was shown that it's cheaper in many cities right now to rent as opposed to own a home. And this would tell me that if it's cheaper to rent, this should put downward pressure on home prices, and that would improve affordability for those first-time home buyers, maybe not right away, but eventually.
Absolutely.
Housing cost, housing rent and whatnot, that comprises about 35% of the CPI. So what happens to the cost of housing, what happens to rents, is very important as far as CPI inflation is concerned. And this, again, is a favorable portent for possibility of lower inflation later in 2026.
In fact, here's the Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Scott Turner, telling my colleague Greta Van Susteren about the market right now to get you to react.
We need about 7 million units of housing in our country, single family, multifamily, manufactured housing, duplex. And so we've been working very hard under President Trump's leadership to tear down burden regulations, to get the interest rates down, to bring mortgage rates down, which are at a multi-year all-time low right now, helping more people afford homes.
Now, mortgage rates are down about 3-year low. They got really high with all that inflation under Joe Biden. Rates starting to come down. Now the president picks Kevin Warsh. The markets were kind of mixed about all that today. What do you think, what matters to our viewers out there? Why should they care about Kevin Warsh? And do you think it's a good pick in terms of trying to make things more affordable?
I think Kevin Warsh was an excellent pick. He has a lot of understanding as to how financial markets operate. He did a very good job during the financial crisis when he was sitting on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. So he has previous experience with the Fed that ought to prove to be quite valuable. He's well respected by the markets, and this implies that if markets believe that Warsh will not allow inflation to get out of hand, then your Treasury bond yields will be lower than otherwise. And if Treasury bond yields are lower than otherwise, so will mortgage yields be lower than otherwise. So I think this is a great pick. And if we can bring down inflation expectations, that would have the effect of eventually lowering mortgage yields to the advantage of potential home buyers.
Yeah, and we're expecting those car loans to come down and other things as well. Quick other note, hasn't gotten a lot of attention, but the president is now suing the IRS and the Treasury Department for $10 billion, $10 billion, saying the agency, the IRS there, failed to take mandatory precautions to prevent the leaking of his tax returns during his first term in office. We know there's some personal pique here, but shouldn't Americans expect that their federal government is going to protect their privacy? Aren't we normally supposed to have that, sir?
No, privacy here is sacrosanct.
Over to our Aaron Coogan standing by.
I am not
with
alive.
Continued Team 10 coverage.
But I am awake while you are here with
President Trump, and I think they've done
John, just a couple blocks where you are is the Brook Street Fire Station. It's because the information hub for everything breaking, developing at the city level, at